Effective. What's everyone here for today? Good morning.
Good morning.
Deja vu. It seems like we were just here yesterday morning. But I want to welcome everybody to obviously our superintendent workshop this morning. We've got a busy day ahead of us with interviewing the three candidates that we have for our superintendent, and we're excited. With that, I want to make sure the public knows, I know we mentioned it yesterday, we do have the meet and greet tonight from 6 to 7:30 down at the Central Cafe Urban Loft upstairs. We invite anybody that is interested and wants to go to that to meet the candidates. Absolutely, please do so. But also starting tomorrow after 9 o'clock on our website, manateeschools.net, under the Superintendent Search tab, there will be a survey. So you'll be able to rewatch these interviews, give us your feedback on those as well. And if you're going to the meet and greet, there'll be surveys there too, a QR code that you'll scan and can put in your feedback on who you met and your thoughts. So we really encourage the public to do that. That's something that us five up here from the very beginning of this process, we wanted the public to be involved, and that's your biggest way to be involved, is give us your feedback on some of these. So I want to go ahead and welcome in our first candidate. Thank you, Dr. Vogel. How you doing, Mr. Schneider?
Fantastic.
Great.
Good
Great. It's a
morning.
beautiful morning.
Yes, sir.
So just wanted to introduce you to the board members here. I'm Chad Choate, the chair of the board, and we've got Miss Cindy Spray, our vice chair.
Welcome.
We've got Gina Messenger, our longest term, youngest but longest. That's good. Put the youngest in there. Mary Foreman and Richard Tatum. Also up here on the dais is our board attorney, Stephen Dye. So we're glad you're here, and we're excited about this morning. So I know this isn't new to you. You've done this before, but it's new to us. So you may have to just hang with us a little bit. How about that? But we're going to give you a couple minutes to introduce yourself, your background. 90 minutes total for us to ask questions, about 3 to 5 questions, however many we fit in. We'll go along the board as we go for that. If you need anything, we've got some water and stuff. If you need anything, let us know, and we'll get whatever you need. So, but board members, so we'll have 15 minutes each to ask those questions that we picked from your bank. You'll see, you're going to be able to see Ms. Messina putting up the time frame when you're asking questions, so you'll know kind of, hey, if I've only got 5 more minutes and you want to skip to another question, that's your prerogative. So just so that you know, you'll see the time being done there by Ms. Messina. Other than that, before we get going, board members, do you have any questions on anything? Okay. So with that, Mr. Schreiner, go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'd love to learn about you, in the next 3 or 5 minutes while you got a little bit of time to talk about yourself.
Thank you, Board Chair Choate. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, board members, for having me here. What a great opportunity to come to Manatee and have this unique opportunity to be your next superintendent. So first and foremost, just want to say sincerely thank you to each one of you for helping me get to this place as well. So I'll start out talking about my family. I'm a believe in family first type of person. I'm fortunate enough to have my wife with me. I think she's back here. Ginger Schneider's with me today. She's a 21-year teacher, elementary school teacher. We met in middle school teaching together, and then she went to the little ones and I went to the big ones. So I went to high school. I have 2 children. We have 2 children of our own. I have a son that is about to be 16, so he's school age. He's in 10th grade. And then my daughter, which is 13 years old, she's in 7th grade. So it's near and dear to me to make sure that my children, and they go to public schools, still receive the best education possible. So wherever that is, that's my goal. A little bit about me. I started out teaching many years ago. Like I said, I was about finishing up my 23rd year, and I was a special education teacher. Started out teaching in Polk County, even though I grew up in Duval County. I started teaching in Polk County for a couple years, and wanted to try this new thing back then. It was called inclusion. I was a special education teacher, so that was new back then. And then went from being a teacher of middle school and was fortunate enough to be asked by the district to do some specialist work around inclusion, actually. And so did some specialist work and then decided I wanted to go into administration. So I was an administrator in inner city schools, 2 different inner city schools, actually as an assistant principal, then had the opportunity to be promoted to be a principal for 8 years total over 2 different high schools, 4 years each, and both of them in urban settings. And during that 8 years, both schools achieved some record highs in reference to graduation rates, acceleration rates, but also scholarship dollars. And that was near and dear to my heart, because making sure that students knew that they were valued and that they too could have the same dream of going to college as anybody else. So we're very proud of that statement, or that accomplishment. Then I was asked to become region superintendent of high schools. So it went from approximately 1,800 to 2,000 students, and then as region superintendent of high schools and alternative schools, I became now in charge of 34,000 students in approximately 17 schools. And when I say alternative schools as well, that's not only discipline alternative schools, but also special education alternative schools. From that point, some successes that we had, historic highs in graduation rates for the entire district, but also established just basically a tradition of no longer having anything less than a C school in our high schools. So we're very excited about that. None of our high schools are in the situation of being a school improvement school. So again, we've maintained that success as well. Then now into my current position, where I'm chief of schools. Again, went from 34,000 students as a region superintendent. Now I get to be in charge of the safety, well-being, and academic success of approximately 125,000 students and approximately 160 schools. And so I take that job very seriously when I come to work every day, making sure that we're providing the best academics to our students, because my children, again, are part of those students. They're part of that 125,000. So something near and dear to me. In just 2 years, we've experienced some successes, and I know that's unusual because we're coming on the heels of a pandemic. But as the majority of the country and even our state had some significant losses, we had a chance to celebrate some significant successes. And that is, overall, we had increased our percentage of schools that have a C or higher from 88% to 93%. We started the year just last year with approximately 15 schools that could fall into that SI, or that school improvement section, where they would be monitored by the Bureau of School Improvement. We started with 15 schools, and at the end of last year, all 15 schools made a C or higher. Very huge success, whether we were coming on the heels of a pandemic or not. And so I'm grateful for my team, and because it's not just me, it's obviously the team of teachers first and foremost, and principals. So I'm grateful for what we're able to accomplish. Also, my passion is providing students with hope. If we can get children to come to school every day with the hope for their future, that is our job, to make sure they get everything that they need to do. We talk, there's a lot of talk all the time about school to prison pipelines. Well, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about school to career path pipeline. I want to talk about school to college pipeline. I want to make sure that our students know that they meet all the credentials needed and have all the ability as anyone else to be able to go to college if they choose. But it's all about choice. I want our children to have choices when they're done graduating here in Manatee. So that's where my passion lies, and I do 100% believe that we can get to that point. Other piece, last thing I'll say is I have 3 priorities coming into SDMC, and that is, first and foremost, you'll hear me talk about academic excellence, and that's important. But I will also say that in reference to have academic excellence, all the research across the country, and also by John Hattie himself, talks about the only way to truly get academic success in classrooms is to have the best teachers in classrooms. So I'll talk more so about the retention and recruitment of teachers. But when I say that, I would like to make sure everybody knows that I'm also referring to academic excellence inside the classrooms. And then the second priority is fiscal transparency. I absolutely know that, even in this county, that we've asked our stakeholders and constituents to make sure that, to ask them for whether it's half penny or full penny sales tax increases, millage rate referendums, all those things, because we've said that we need additional funds in our schools. So it's our job, my job as a superintendent, to make sure I'm transparent, to let every taxpayer know where their tax dollars are being spent, so that they know that, again, we are being as transparent, whether it's zero balance budgeting, et cetera, but they should know where all of our money is going. And then third thing, which is just as important, is to establish a foundation of trust. Without a foundation of trust, you can't move any initiative forward. And in order to establish that foundation of trust, I think it's extremely important to make sure we have two-way communication to be able to have open dialogue with all stakeholders. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll start with Board Member Tatum with your questions.
Good morning, Mr. Snyder.
Good morning, Colonel.
Thank you for making your way over to the Sun Coast, the best side of the state. There we go. So you may have done a little bit of background on me. We talked just for a second before you came in. Just so you know, I'm a primarily military retired officer. I have some teaching experience at the Air Force Academy as well as locally as a substitute teacher. And then I also do leadership education. I did some of that in the Air Force as well as on the outside. So the topics we're going to talk about are general leadership today. And there might be, every profession has its own terminology, and I might use a couple terms in here that maybe you're not familiar with, and that's fine, whether it's aviation or education. If you don't know what the term is, I just say I don't know, and then I'll explain it to you, and then we'll move on from there. No harm, no foul. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So my first question for you today is, what is your favorite book related to the human condition, and why is that your favorite book? And when I say book, I guess it could be anything. It could be a play from Shakespeare. It could be something in the human condition that has touched you, motivated you over the years. And if other than the Bible, because I would say that's number one. But after that, what is that one kind of work of art, book, literature, something that's really been important to your life, and why is that the case?
I'll just go with the first one that pops in my head, and it's The Five People You Meet in Heaven.
Okay.
And I think because of the way that it plays out is that, there's, if you're familiar with the book, everybody represents something different in your life and in different time frames, and it's how you address that. So I think it paints the true picture that life is maybe not as simple all the time as we think it should be, but truly if we remove all those other things that really don't matter, it could possibly be as simple as it should be. And so I say all of that to make sure that I think for me that it's all about establishing priorities and what really matters most, whether it's now or whether, obviously in the book, if you move on to somewhere else after now.
Okay, great. So that's kind of an interesting lead into, I'll ask question number 4 for my fellow board members here. If you had to pick between pleasure, power, and meaning, which one would you choose as humans' primary motivation, and why is that your choice?
Meaning.
Okay.
Would be what I would choose. And I believe that it's because of, again, I'll speak to teachers, for instance. I think, we talk all the time, there's a big, outcry for additional funds, and please know that as an educator, my wife being an educator, I think teachers deserve as much as we can possibly give them for salaries. But the number one reason why teachers are leaving the profession isn't because of salaries. It's because they don't feel valued, and they don't feel like what they bring to the table is heard. So I think that that ties back to me to meaning, being able to provide, to have something that they feel that they can control and hold on to, that is meaningful to the district, to their students. And the only way, again, that to gather meaning is that you have to somehow feel like what you're bringing to the table is valued and being utilized and appreciated. And so that's the reason why I think that if we can make sure that everything that the teachers bring to the table is valued and heard, then they stay. We can retain them, and then that would be, speaking of meaning, much more meaningful for our students and academic success in our schools.
Good. I concur, by the way. I think the best book on that is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. If you ever want to pick it up, or if you've read it, it's a great book on that idea. Okay, great. Let's go to question number 2 for my fellow board members here. As far as a leader goes, should leaders primarily focus on holding people accountable or making accountable people? And so please explain your choice. And if you need me to explain what I mean by holding people accountable as opposed to making accountable people, I can do that.
I definitely lean towards making people accountable. And what I mean by that is kind of going into this, we can hold people accountable, yes. And that to me is, takes us from a leadership standpoint almost into a management standpoint. And I believe that we need to maintain leadership. And through leadership, we should be able to convey the vision and mission of whether it's your school or your district in a way that you gain buy-in. And again, including those stakeholders into the decision-making process. I think that's absolutely key. And I talked about that one of my goals is to have that level of trust. And you have to build that level of trust with your stakeholders. And so again, they can communicate, have that open dialogue, so they feel like not only are you listening to them, but they're being heard, and that their input is actually being taken into consideration, and they can see those actions that are taking place. I'll talk about my 100-day plan with each of you tomorrow, but in that 100-day plan, I talk about, listening first and discover and then collaborate and then act. So those 4 steps, but that goes hand in hand with that. So I definitely think that if we can get buy-in, people will hold themselves accountable because they understand the importance of the work they do. And that's truly our goal, is to make sure everyone knows that, in my opinion, there's no greater servant work than being an educator and helping people to achieve whatever their lifelong goals are. And so if we truly believe that and we have that passion inside of us, then we will hold ourselves accountable because they know that we know the value of our work.
Okay, great. Thanks for the answer. I concur with you there too. Making accountable people is a better way to go, I think. Because then what happens is you, like you said, people become personally responsible for their actions. So, okay, let's move on to question number 3 from my fellow board members. How much time do we have left, Ms. Messina?
You have plenty of time.
Great.
We've only used 6 minutes.
Okay, great. So this is one of those terms that I talked about earlier that maybe you're not familiar with. What is the fundamental attribution error, and how might it apply to a leader? Do you know what I mean when I say it's like a psychological term, fundamental attribution error?
I do not, if you can explain.
Great. So the fundamental attribution error is this idea that if I act poorly or impolitely or badly, that it's because circumstances around me are causing me to do things. It's not because I have a little rotten part of my heart or my spirit that needs a little bit of work. But when other people, when I see them acting badly, I say, ooh, they got a little rotten part of their heart or their spirit that needs some tweaking. So the fundamental attribution error is I attribute other people's bad behavior to something bad in them, but in myself, when it happens, it's because of circumstances around me. So now that you know that, I'll repeat the question. How might that fundamental attribution error apply to leadership and to being a leader?
Well, as a leader, I think first and foremost, we should never assume. I think what you described is really making assumptions of others. And I think that, I know that as a leader, you must actually build relationships with people to understand what their thoughts and beliefs are, and to have a better grasp on why they do what they do. And that why could be anything from, past experiences or what their current agenda is, and how they see themselves in the system. So I think building those relationships first and foremost is crucial. And then I think that at the end of the day, we should always think best of people. I think as a leader, I have the mentality of support first, evaluate second. And I think if we have that mentality going into every single situation, when time allows, there's sometimes that I get it, it's something that's pressing or it's a crisis that we can't do that. But outside of those exceptions, that we should absolutely go in with the mindset of we're going to support first, evaluate second. So that means I have to get to know someone first and build a relationship with them first before I can make judgment. And then with that being said, be able to provide support, but to make sure that we're both, myself as the leader and that employee or that stakeholder, that we can both engage in vulnerable conversations where we're not guarded. I think that's the only way we can get past some of those things. So again, going into making sure that I'm not judging. I know I have my own flaws, as everybody does. No one's perfect. And so I think need to not make assumptions, but build relationships and to see where that employee is truly coming from, or that student. I think oftentimes we see this inside some of our classrooms where, as teachers or as adults, we know we've had our own flaws, such as maybe not getting to work on time, things along those lines. But when that child comes in and they're late, then it kind of takes on a different tone, right? I don't know why you're late all the time. I don't know. And then as the leader that walks by that classroom, Mr. Schneider, I saw you late yesterday. Do maybe you want to kind of practice what you preach type deal. But I think that it is important, though, to make sure that we build relationships and truly know where that person's coming from and to support first.
Great. So you've mentioned trust a couple times. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question about that. If I asked you, is trust given or earned, what would your answer to that be?
Earned.
Okay. Why do you say that? I'm just
I think that unfortunately, everyone has experiences that sometimes perhaps, you know, on the surface, people want to naturally trust, but I think unfortunately sometimes we all have experiences that has caused us to be a little guarded. And so I think that trust is only gained by consistent actions over a period of time. And so if I believe that's truly the sign of being able to trust someone and efficiency and transparency, then I believe that it has to be earned.
okay, great. I'll throw out an idea to you that I used to think that, and then I've come to the conclusion that it's actually given, because I could do everything to earn somebody's trust, but unless they give it to me, they have to give it to me. It's just a thought, you know, take it for what it's worth. So last question. In contentious situations, who is the problem?
When you say, well, I would say, I don't know if I would stay with who, but that's what you asked, who is the problem. I would say that the person or the group that were not properly prepared. I think it goes to a lot to, I think, even in my, speaking to some of the questions that we had to submit the video and written responses to was, making sure you're properly prepared for any type of crises, and as much as you possibly can be, so you know a direction to go and not be caught off guard. And so I think it'd be the people that haven't put their due diligence in to be prepared for situations. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to be prepared for every situation. I understand that, but I think that if you're prepared enough, then your leadership traits should be able to work together to be able to have a common goal, which is to come to a consensus or a solution to that issue.
Okay, great. Ms. Messina, how are we doing on time?
You're good.
Okay,
You have 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes? Okay,
Which he can use in other areas or
yeah.
however you choose.
Did you say that other board member, well, maybe, can I follow up with my questions at this point? Okay. So let's say you're in contentious situation with just one-on-one with somebody. It's just a subordinate who you have to give feedback to, and it's just not going real well, or I don't know, not a group situation, but what's your first thought or your first idea about who is the problem here in this situation? I'm trying to get to that particular, like one-on-one, when you're in conflict with other people or certainly another person. What's your first thought about how could what would be my action at this point right now?
The first thing I would want to know or want to see is I would reflect on myself first and foremost, always. I would want to know, was I transparent in communication? Did this person know that this was coming? So so just if I was speaking with an employee and unfortunately was having to give some form of reprimand or some type of critical feedback, I would want to make sure that and reflect on what did I do to be able to properly prepare this person for the exchange that we're having, and to make sure that we set, I won't say ground rules, but just set rules of respect. And did I gain this person's respect along the way? And obviously it would be dependent upon how long I've known this person, if I've worked with them. But so I'll go back to when I was a principal, or even now as a chief of schools, I have those relationships with my principals, and that, so if I see things, we have open conversations, open dialogue. So if something did become to get to the place where a reprimand was coming, or unfortunately a demotion or a move, for that matter, I would want to make sure that I've done everything possible to be openly transparent with that employee. If for some reason it started going to a different direction, then of course I would first and foremost reflect on, is this something I've done and that I haven't been properly transparent, or is this something that perhaps, although I did my best to communicate, I fell short of communicating it in a way this person could understand? Or last but not least, is this something truly this person doesn't want to understand? But I think going back to the who, I would reflect on myself first and foremost as a leader. Is the reason why this person is meeting this with such contention, is it because of something that I did not do? And I think that's the sign of a true leader, to always look at yourself first and see if there's something you can do differently.
All right, which ties back into the fundamental attribution error, right? Which
Oh, go ahead. You finish.
which ties back into the fundamental attribution error of, like, what am I doing right now that's not helpful in this situation? So I really appreciate your answer. thank you. That's all that I have.
it?
That's it. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Moving forward to Mrs. Messenger.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. So my first question would be, eliminating an achievement gap or opportunity gap is a must. What approaches would you pursue? And not just what approaches would you pursue, but maybe what approaches have you done? What leadership and guidance would you provide to ensure that these approaches are properly evaluated and adjusted over time to meet the changing needs of students?
So, thank you for the question. I appreciate it very much. And so I'll go speaking of what I've done. So, as chief of schools, that's my job, is to make sure that our students are successful. And so, first and foremost, what we have to do, or what we did, is we established a common goal. We try to figure out what was not working, right? Because we have tons of data. And all of our data, you can look at a million different data sets that tell you your kids are not reading on proficiency. But what does that tell you? It doesn't, you have to dig deeper. You have to find out why they're not reading at proficiency levels. And you have to then move forward on having a plan. And so looking at all that data, yes, that data is important, but it's then how do you apply that data to put things in practice? And so I'll just go back to, again, what we're doing in our current district. When reaching out to our teachers and our stakeholders, principals especially, and start asking them, why are we not seeing the needle move where we thought it should move? And I'll speak to 2 years ago, even though, again, I know we had a pandemic, things along those lines. But when we're not seeing the needle move, what is the reason? Because, we believe we have these new best standards, we have all these things in place, but why are we not moving? And the reality is that all the stakeholders, including teachers, came back and said, well, we're not all together. We're not all working together for one common goal, is essentially what the summary of it was. And what they were talking about is that we did not align a curriculum to help all students. And so we had people that were writing the curriculum, and but that curriculum was not giving flexibility for teachers to have autonomy, especially when we talk about different types of schools. So we all know that every school is different, and we have unique challenges in every school. So that autonomy has to be there. So that was one thing. The other piece is that as a district, to support things, we had all different departments involved. So we had our special education department involved. We had our, math department was kind of doing their own thing. Science department's doing their own thing. And then we had new teachers, PD, doing their own thing. And so you had teachers that were being pulled from all different directions and didn't know what is their focus. So 4 people might come in and observe them in 1 week, and all 4 people are going to give them new things that they should work on. So we had to streamline what that is and make sure that we had one common goal and pull that together for all of our departments. So that was myself and the academic, the assistant superintendent for academic services. We got together along with our data assessment team, and the 3 of us worked together to see what are our common weaknesses across the district and to make sure that was a common goal. And then once we had that common goal, again, with the stakeholders' input, we made sure that all of our professional development was unified and aligned. And so teachers weren't being pulled in a million different directions. After we did that, then we made sure that we developed a monitoring tool. So everybody had, well, most people that I know of have some type of district walkthrough tool. But our walkthrough tool was heavy-handed in telling us, well, what we would have liked to have said was telling us what the teachers should be doing, but really what we were talking about is what the teachers weren't doing. But we didn't talk about what students were doing. We didn't talk about student outcomes. So we changed that monitoring tool to make sure that now we're looking at, there's 3 sections to this monitoring tool. And the first section talks about, what the teachers are doing. And then the other 2 sections is 100% tied to student outcomes. How is it benefiting students? Are we getting the success that we're looking for? Is it showing us the outcomes? And so that's first and foremost. We have to align all departments, right? But then more importantly, it's about providing that professional development to our teachers that feel like they don't have those resources. And so we provided those resources. We trained them on the curriculum that we rolled out to make sure that they had the autonomy. And then we actually even worked in those different resources. So teachers now at their fingertips can utilize all those different resources at any given time in their professional learning communities as well. So that's been probably the most significant beneficial piece to it. to what we've done to drive instruction to help academic excellence across the board. But I go back to making sure that we have the right teachers in place as well. That we have to make sure that, again, we don't have substitutes across in different schools and compared to others. We have to make sure that all schools, regardless of side of town, regardless of where they're at, that we have certified people in place to be able to drive that. We did look at different types of programs as well, and I could speak to many different programs. So we could talk about UFly for K2, and it's a really a focus on phonemic awareness, and that transition from learning to read and reading to learn as you get past third grade and move on. But I'm not sure that's what you really wanted to hear about, was the different programs and the curriculum. I think, so, but it was aligning our programs to make sure we're not pulling our teachers in all different directions. It's actually, and making sure that we had one common goal, one focus, and that it revolved around making sure that we were benchmark focused rather than just teacher focused. What the teacher was or wasn't doing, that we were actually focused on our students learning the true complexity of the benchmark so they can produce on any type of assessment, or any type of student outcome-based evaluation.
Okay, so it sounds like, from what I heard, you kind of integrated, so that it was more streamlined. My next question was, based on what you know of our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement? What are our greatest opportunities?
So I'll speak to first and foremost, sorry.
Okay, take a
Water went
break.
down the wrong place, wrong pipe.
All right.
I apologize. So I'll speak to your high schools first. So I know, especially with, let's just speak to, you have, out of your high schools, you have one A high school right now. But I'll speak to Manatee High School, for instance. Manatee High School should be an A school, and I'm not shooting on anyone, that's not my intent. But what I look at is in your data with all the high schools actually, is that, first of all, Lakewood High School should be a higher A, and Lakewood Ranch, I believe that's right. And then, but Manatee should be an A as well. Because when you look at where the areas of concern are for me, it's acceleration, which is, this is what I do, this is what I've done for many years now, is to make sure that we have to increase acceleration numbers. Graduation rate in Manatee County is not where it could be, but it's also not tremendously low either. But acceleration rate, when you have 80, just to kind of get, not to bore anybody with all the details, but if you have 80% of students graduating with a regular diploma, but only 70-something% of that 80% that have met credentials or passed the certification exam, that's concerning, because like I said before, we really need to make sure that we have a pipeline from schools to career. And the way to do that is to make sure that we have more career technical education programs in our schools. So if I just look at those things alone, you can gain, at Manatee High School, for instance, Manatee High School easily should be able to gain 20 points just in that area, right? And they were 560, which they have to get to 600, a minimum of 610. So just kind of, again, just mere numbers. I'm kind of a data nerd, so sorry. But then also, things that haven't changed. So we talk about FAST and we talk about best standards, but something that hasn't changed in our district or in our state for a long period of time is U.S. history, and also biology testing. So in high schools, when you see significantly low science and social studies numbers, that's concerning, because that means we have not done our due diligence to focus on those standards that have not changed drastically in many, many, many years. It's not been a moving target. In many other areas, it's been a moving target for a long period of time, but U.S. history and biology has not been a moving target. So if we just focused on those, really I'll say 3 areas, because graduation rate, even though there's definitely room to grow, but if we just focus on those 3 areas, I have no doubt that we can get 50 points back to Manatee High School and make it an A. But there's also plenty of room in your gains, your math gains, reading gains, and then your LPQ, which is your lowest performing quartile in both of those areas as well. Lowest performing quartile and gains should be at 50% or higher across the board. So when you look at that across all the 7 high schools, roughly 7 comprehensive high schools, but when you look at those high schools, non-charter, of course, then there's definitely room to grow to get Manatee to an A and to get other schools to a B, at least knocking on the door to a B or higher. those schools represent the same schools that I led. So I know that because I've gotten those schools up to be B schools and 15 points away from an A school. So I know how to do it. I know what to do. That's secondary. Middle schools, and also I'm going to kind of loop in middle schools and elementary schools together, not because they're not separate and valued separately, but there's a reason for the data. The data shows that we are significantly behind in ELA and also science. Math is actually kind of holding its own, except in the area of LPQ and gains. But science is desperately needed. And I will tell you that just because of my experience of what I do, I know oftentimes in elementary school, it's hard for an elementary teacher to be able to dedicate time to teach science because of all the things that we put on top of teachers to teach, that we are ELA and we are math focused all the time. But it's difficult for an elementary teacher to separate true dedicated time to teach science as much as it could and should be taught. And so I get that. So that's something that, again, from my limited knowledge coming into this district, that I would have to see what is the makeup of that teacher's day to be able to address it. But there is a common goal, a common trend in our middle and high schools. But I do want to say that all those things need to be done. There's tremendous success that's been happening. So I do want to say that from 2021 to 21-22 school grades, especially in secondary, we've seen some significant movement in that acceleration number. So I don't want to paint a picture that everything is broken in Manatee, because I definitely don't believe that. But I'm excited to talk about things that I see that are, I won't say easy, because nothing's ever easy in education, but that are there for the taking, that we can absolutely put things in place, such as programs, making sure that we have, again, things that students are interested in, whether it's culinary, where they can take ServSafe and ProStar certifications to get those certifications before they graduate. That goes into it, whether it's digital design, all those other elements that doesn't take a true huge financial investment to have those programs at those schools, although over time we would want to see programmatic processes across different regions too. But so I'm excited to see the potential that Manatee County does have, or the school district, SDMC, does have to be able to move the schools. I see there's tons of hope. I know that we have a large Hispanic population, and with that, it should never be assumed that we all of a sudden have a large ELL population, but I know the ELL population here is about approximately 13%. And so I know that also plays into things. So I don't want to sound naive and say, well, here's all the problems and here's all the things, when knowing that there's always underlying pieces that we must focus on. And then also students with disabilities as well, that we need to make sure that students with disabilities are actually outperforming ELL students in some areas. So there's some things that we just need to make sure that we're addressing for all subgroups, but there are some definitely strategic ways we can do it.
Well, I think when you get an educator talking about data and education, that's all the time that I have. So I look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, don't be sorry. That was a great response and
Yeah.
something that's important. We're gonna move to Miss Foreman, if you'll go next.
Oh, all right. I have the section on Ready to Grow, and it encompasses one of my favorite topics is budget. So let me ask, how have you been involved in budget development and ongoing fiscal management in the past?
So, well, prior, I was in control of my own budget when I was a high school principal, which was in the millions. But now I'm definitely much more involved in the multi-billion-dollar budget that we have in our districts, especially around. I know everybody in here is very familiar with ESSER funds, so ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and so this year especially, how are we balancing what many people are seeing as the potential ESSER cliff that's coming with the loss of funds? I think that there are things that we started out by doing the right thing, which was anytime we were going to put something that was going to be paid for by ESSER funds, we ensured that if we were starting something new with ESSER funds, then we were very transparent of what that is. And let me explain what I mean by that. So we added reading coaches to all of our elementary schools and made sure that they all had them, because obviously we believe in early literacy, which is crucial to moving students forward. And so, but we are also very transparent that those were for 2 years. And we actually then changed from reading coaches to actually reading interventionists because we realized very quickly that instead of people training our teachers, it was really making sure that our personnel could go in and work with children, so that the interventions that we could put in place, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions, was crucial to support our teachers with additional person. But again, with that being said, since we were starting that new with ESSER funds, we knew we had a short, limited time. And I know it doesn't technically, ESSER 3, I think, runs out in September, but we had to be strategic on whatever, if there was anything new. Now, if there was other things that we could move into ESSER funds regarding, some current things that we put in place, but we can make it more robust, then what we really need to do and do our due diligence, which is what we're currently doing now, knowing the funds are 100% going away in September, is reevaluating our programs, because ESSER did allow us to bring in new programs, and so we have to make sure that we monitor, are the programs that we brought in through ESSER funds, are they outperforming our other programs? And if so, then we need to make those difficult decisions. And so we're having to, again, I mentioned, so we have Achieve 3000, I'll just mention that. And so Achieve 3000, now we're looking at moving from Achieve 3000 to Admentum for our 3rd grade and higher. So those are some strategic decisions that we have to make. But at the end of the day, we are continuously trying to get to that zero balance funding rule where every department has to get to a zero balance. It's not about, well, here's your money, do with it as you will. It's no, what do you need? Why do you need it? Where is it going? How are you going to use it? How much do you have left from last year? And making sure that we have a zero balance and that we're not just carrying funds over year to year and not being able to count where that funding goes to.
Thank you. Could you describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, orderly school environment?
So, great question. I have a lot of experience. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but as a principal of high-need schools, high schools in urban settings, what I've learned as an assistant principal and as a principal, and even now in my current role, is you have to set expectations first. So one of the things that I mentioned in my 100-day plan is reviewing the code of conduct that's here in the district, making sure that we have all stakeholders involved. So in our current district, we have many committees. We have parents involved in those committees. We have students involved in those committees, and so we can, and principals, of course. So we can make sure that our code of conduct is what we actually need to address concerns in our district. And that's fine. That's all reactive, right? That's once the student has made the infraction. But I think we need to make sure that what we're doing is for proactive measures as well in our school district, and that is putting, we have our peer systems inside of our schools where if a student gets in trouble and it's a level 1 infraction, where they have a panel of teens of their peers that actually get to listen to that student, and that student then gives their own consequences, and that panel has to agree with it. So it's proactive measures to utilize peer leadership, but in a positive way. In my last high school that I was at, two of the most important things that I've ever done is started a men's group for young. It was actually primarily for any men, be honest with you, but primarily young African American males due to my demographics. And then I had a young lady come to me and ask me that make sure that she said, you have a daughter, right, Mr. Schneider? I said, yes, I do. She's like, well, then why don't we have a women's group? And so that she definitely called me out. So within weeks, we started putting together the pieces to have a women's group. And what that did is it allowed people that were leaders, whether good or bad leaders, because they're still leaders, and they're still going to have followers. That's what leaders are. The people they have people that follow them. We put those peers in place to be leaders, and then it was miraculous of what it did for the entire population. But that's what we have to do as a whole, as a district. We must first make sure we have a robust code of conduct, that it has consequences, and we make sure we monitor that everybody's administering those consequences that follow the code of conduct. But we need to put proactive measures inside of every single school to make sure that our students know that there's options before getting in trouble. They can be a leader without leading in a negative way.
That's great, very crucial. In 2024, our district will be asking the taxpayers to renew the 1 mil referendum, which is for our operating side. What will you do to achieve success?
So we just went through that in my current district, and one of the things that we did was we took, I won't say show because that sounds negative, but we took our district on the road. We went out to every single community gathering, anything we possibly could get into, whether they gave us 1 minute or 30 seconds or 5 minutes, didn't matter. We needed to make sure that we could tell the story of where we were as a district, why we needed the additional funding, but more importantly, and especially in this situation, what have we done with our current resources? Where's that money going? And that's why I go back to what I said in the intro, is that fiscal transparency is crucial, especially if we're going to go back out to taxpayers and ask them for more money. We have to show, what did you do with the other money? What are you doing with the budget now? You know, when the governor just gave you money for raises, and I think I just saw something yesterday that maybe perhaps $1 billion is coming for teacher raises. Well, where does that look like? How much is the school district of Manatee County getting, and where's that money going? Because I need to know that as a taxpayer. I don't want to just sign a blank check, and that's some of the things that we definitely did. We went out and we spoke to the community. We made sure we showcased where those funds were going, but also more importantly, what we needed the funds for, and we made sure we had an auditing committee as well. So every single board meeting, we also have a report out from the president of the audit committee to share, here's where the money goes. We have transparency on our website to say, here's where every dollar that's been collected, here's where all these funds are going, and then as things come up, whether it's a new building, et cetera, that's being produced because of the millage rate increase, that here we invite everyone out, and so they can see what their money is actually producing.
Describe how the professional development programs and initiatives you support will impact the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators. Be specific.
So I'll go back to making sure that we have one focus, and whatever that drive is. So for us, for us in my current district was to ensure that we went from that we moved to we were standard-based focus, but then when we had new best standards come out, then it was benchmark focused, that we went to a benchmark focused instruction piece. And so if we have to have that same common draw for all of our departments to come into, so we are offering robust professional development, but not in all different, and moving in different ways, but all moving in the same direction. So if we're coming out with a new curriculum, then it should be training teachers on that new curriculum, not new teaching techniques, not all these other things, because again, we have to make sure our teachers aren't any more overwhelmed than they already are going to be inside their classrooms. But not only that, but we also have to make sure that our leaders in our schools can also follow our direction and our vision that we're going. So ensuring that we have a clear vision, clear mission for the district and where we're going, and making sure that all professional development has to run through one department. It doesn't mean that other departments can't get involved and help do some of the training, but it has to go through so we can make sure that it's aligned to our number one goal and priority, whatever that is that we establish here in this district. I can foresee some things because of the data that I mentioned earlier, Ms. Messenger, but I wouldn't want to make an assumption until we go through all the data.
And this came out of the question bank, and I discovered afterward that you guys have already answered it in one of the previous interviews, so I'm going to mix it up a little bit. And that has to do with the implementation of technology in your district. Okay, the original question is describe a time when you led the implementation of new technology. But I would like your experience with technology, not in the classroom, but in terms of ERP systems, student focus. That's what we have here. What insight do you have on that?
So, we utilize Focus as well, and so my job is to make sure that we are addressing addressing parent needs, right? So we have to make sure that, because truly everything should be at the touch of a finger for parents to see where grades are, to see what's the lesson that's being taught, making sure curriculum is open and transparent for parents to see. I think I'm a firm believer in transparency when it comes to all things that was happening inside of classrooms and grades. So utilizing Focus. other pieces too so you kind of asked a few things, and so if I don't hit, then just please just, redirect me. But some of the things that I've been instrumental on is the rollout of one-to-one technology, which sounds wonderful and it sounds great, and it is. But let me tell you, we've learned our lesson and how many different challenges we had along the way, because we gave everybody laptops and then didn't realize that many of our children don't have internet at home. So now it's just a paperweight. And so how do you address that? So then we wrote a grant to get, we got 10,000 hotspots. Well, then we realized that, okay, well, those laptops, taking them home, we're having a hard time getting them back. It depends upon, the kids getting them back. So then we worked on another grant where we got 45,000 laptops that were given to us for kids to actually keep at home. And again, you have to meet some of those low socioeconomic standards. But how great was that? 45,000 out of, we have 125,000 in our total district. So we got a chance. So as we continue to roll things out, it sounds great surface, but we started realizing, okay, there's a lot of other things that we have to deal with. And it's fine, because we brought everybody together to brainstorm how can we manage this, and then also not put any more burden on the district financially. Something else that's unique that you might not have ever heard of, I don't know if you've heard of dark fiber, but we started looking at spreading, increasing, the amount of the internet speed for all of our schools. Well, there's an untapped resource called dark fiber, which has already laid fiber throughout the city, and it's because people put it in, but you have to be willing to actually, what they call, light it up and turn it on, but it's almost at no cost. And so there's things like that we've done that have been innovative, that has helped our districts, and to be able to bring hundreds of more gigs to our schools, and to be able to make sure that we're not seeing the difficulty with all the online learning, which again is fantastic. The one-to-one devices is fantastic, but when you truly put that into practice inside of classrooms through small groups and utilizing different resources, it takes a huge drag on the system if you're not prepared. So that was something that we were innovative, looked into, and I've learned a whole lot about all the different intricacies of what's already laid throughout the infrastructure in the city as well, and work with the city to actually allow us to do those things also.
Thank you. Well, my time is up, so
Oh,
thank you very much.
wow, that went fast.
Yeah, the 15 minutes is moving much quicker now.
It is.
Ms. Spray, move to you.
Welcome to beautiful Manatee County. We're happy to have you here. My category is Ready for Life from our strategic plan. And I wrote down some notes, but I probably won't get to them because we're going kind of a little over, but not really over. So my first question is, if you could give an example of what time that you had to cut or adjust a learning program that you knew was innovative and motivating for students. But what was the situation, and how did you determine which program you needed to cut or adjust to meet our student needs?
So we had a program that was essentially, it was a transition class. That's what it was, and it allowed all the grade levels of true transition. We didn't start it actually in elementary. It was primarily going to sixth grade, so it wasn't fifth to sixth, but it started in sixth grade. Then we did it again in ninth grade. So it was sixth and ninth, because those are huge transition years for students. And there was a lot of benefits to it, because we got a chance to talk to students about test taking skills, but how to deal with different stressors, whether that was peer influence, whether it was trying to fit in, whether it was trying to find an extracurricular or co-curricular program to become more a part of the school and be part of those things. So it was successful. Unfortunately, after the first year, actually it was actually the second year when we really got it going, because of some budget restraints, all schools you could keep it if you wanted to, but you had to find a means to be able to pay for it, which in my situation, I was a Title I school, so I had to figure out, could I use my Title I budget to be able to fund that teaching position? And the reality is I couldn't. I needed a different position that I felt that I needed. It was an interventionist, to be honest. So I needed that interventionist to be able to go work with kids. Although I know that this program was innovative. It was back then. I mean, this was probably 5-6 years ago, and so it was needed. But what I did is that instead of just going completely away from a program that I thought was successful. As I talked earlier, we started up with a men's group and the female group that evolved into what that was. So I utilized funds to buy teacher planning time out, so I didn't have to fund a full-time position and pay for those benefits that came along with it. And then we allowed us to significantly reduce the cost of being able to implement a program. I didn't get a chance to reach as many children, of course, but that's just one example. And we do that oftentimes in now that as a chief of schools, when I'm working with schools on their budget, those are the types of questions. If you really feel like this is absolutely needed, is there a way that we can, it might not be to scale, but is there a way we can still to be able to bring it to the students that are most in need? I get it, it greatly reduces the number, but can we work with your teachers? We've done things such as, so in our school district, we have 8, in secondary it's 8 periods, and in middle school it's 5 periods. So, incorporating a 9th period or a 6th period to be able to bring those things in. Technically it's after hours, after school, but we can fund teachers to be able to teach that their time. Now they got paid their hourly rate, but again, it greatly reduces the cost, for us. When you're paying a teacher their hourly rate at approximately $30-something an hour, and you're only paying them for 5 hours throughout the week, and you're not paying, a full teaching position, it does help. Again, it's a good compromise and a balance.
Okay, great. Question 13 for my colleagues here. How would you evaluate career and technical programs, and how would you decide that changes need to be made, specifically changes that meet the high demand of skilled trades that are looking to hire? That's a huge area I have a lot of interest in, is taking a student from high school into a technical and or into a trade that business may have a training program themselves. I'm very strong on that. So what is your views on how you would do that?
So first we need to evaluate, does this career technical, is it a true pathway to a high wage, high need job? And I think that the way we evaluate that is to make sure that we include the community, right? We have tons of business partners that are here that need high skilled employees. One thing that we all have in common is that the human capital is a need for everyone. There's a shortage across the entire country, and so everybody's fighting for the same pot of people. And so our job, if we can produce those qualified, eventually employees for our companies, and then that's where we need to be. But ultimately, we need to evaluate every single program that we have. Does it actually lead to, which again, I talked about the acceleration rates that I'm concerned about in Manatee, but does it actually lead to credentials? And we also need to tap into the Florida Ready to Work program that is here in Florida that Governor DeSantis has put in place, and that ultimately leads to a certificate of completion that he himself signs for the student that makes them that much more marketable and eligible. It basically says that this candidate has the soft skills and the ability to be a qualified and high qualified employee from minute go. And so I think that's a crucial, but we need to make sure that the things that we have in place are truly leading to credentials first and foremost, that they're actually going to get some form of certification for it, not just a class, and what the success rate of that is. But we also need to take in consideration that area, that region, right? So we need to make sure we don't force certain programs into certain schools that doesn't benefit that community or that region. So we have to bring the community in to ask them what they want. And so I'm going to use one small example. I know I'm probably running out of time, but one small example that we did and that I, in hindsight, don't think we should have. We were adamant that we needed to have an ACE program, an IB program, and all these programs and all different quadrants and all these things. And we were adamant that we had to have, early college and all these things and all these different sides of town. It sounds wonderful. But ultimately what that does is it pulls from the same pool of individuals rather than being region specific. So what I mean by that is that if you have an area that we know is more industrialized, that they need welders, then that area, that we don't need to put a welding department or program at every single high school or every single school across the district. We need to put it where that industry's at, so that this way it's specific to that community. And then what this other community may need, whether it's a maritime situation, you know, okay, so we can get our students to be prepared for maritime opportunities, because we are in Florida and we have that's a huge industry around. So are we able to do that in this region? But we need to be transparent and work with the community and our business partners, which actually every situation I've been in, they want to come in, they want to help. They'll provide resources. We have engineering programs inside of our district where they actually provide the teacher, they remodel the classroom, they give us all the technology. So it's almost free for us to provide to our children, except for the electricity that we pay. So it's those types of partnerships that we need to really reach out on, but we need to evaluate what do those systems look like in our schools, what's our success rate, and then are we truly giving students access to get into those programs? So those are some things that I would want to learn in my first 100 days.
Okay, great. Again, this just tails on to Ms. Foreman, question number 12. During times of budget challenges, how do you assess which academic program needs adjusting? You touched on that quite a bit, but if you wanted to expand on that, mine are, my goal is if you see a program that is absolutely not working and you're getting feedback from teachers that they're not comfortable with the program or whatever, how would you say, okay, this isn't working? We put a lot of money in a lot of different programs, and unfortunately some of them just don't work. How do you make that balance? How do you say, well, we've invested this much money, do we need to just stretch that out for another 2 years to, you know what I'm saying? So how would you assess that program and adjust any specific, especially the reading? Reading is high on my list of getting our students up to reading level. So that would be one of the things, because that goes all the way up to ready for life, in my opinion. If you have students that are graduating that are not at reading level, then we have a problem in getting that next step into the workforce. So I would like just to expand on that a little bit if you could.
Yes, ma'am. So I agree that ready for life, and then even the ready to grow. It goes hand in hand with the literacy piece. So I think you have to just be honest and transparent. If the results aren't there, then there's a dollar sign, right? You know, financial impact, but there's also, you know, a priceless impact on children. So when you talk about reading, for instance, if we continue just to stay, because maybe we invested $2-3 million into a program and it's not working, well, first of all, we need to evaluate why do we choose that program, right? Because we should have had a lot of stakeholders that are involved and providing input, and what is our selection process? I would want to review our selection process. But more importantly, if it's not working, we're hurting children, and you can't undo that. So, you know, we have to be transparent with the board, with you, but we also have to be transparent. Again, I'll go back to being transparent with all stakeholders. Yes, I understand we invested $3 million in this program, but at the end of the day, it's not benefiting our children the way it needs to be, whether that's because there's new standards that have come out or whatever else. And I'll use our district as example. You know, we just transitioned to UFly for our K2, and it's a high focus on phonemic awareness and phonics, but also word recognition, and that's aligned to that, which our previous program did not do. And so sometimes you do have to make some difficult decisions, but if at the end of the day, the litmus test is are we negatively impacting children? And if we are, then regardless of the financial impact, we got to change it. But that doesn't mean that that's the way it happens forevermore. It means that we didn't have to go back and reevaluate what was our selection process, because somehow we missed something along the way while we chose a program. You know, was it the company that over-delivered? Did not over-deliver, oversold and under-delivered, I apologize. Yeah. And so we need to reevaluate that as well. But I also think that we need to utilize other districts, like districts, because not everybody's like Manatee, right? We know that. You know, we have a larger number of Hispanic population and less, African-American population. So we need to make sure that we're modeling ourselves or looking for those other like districts where programs have worked, because what's worked in my current district may very well not work here. And so we need to be mindful of that as well.
Okay. and this was not on the list, but it kind of ties in with what you just said, going to ELL. I believe, in my personal views, that we have a lot of students coming here from other countries. We're getting an influx. Everyone's aware of that. So we have from kindergarten to high school, a bank of students that just cannot speak English. If we could how would you create a program that they would actually need to learn the English language slowly in a setting and then migrate them into the general population with our current students that are our English speaking? How would could you develop a program like that, or have you ever heard of a program like that?
So I have not developed
Okay.
a program, but I will speak to the fact of one thing that we're starting to realize. Immersion has been the way that most people talk. You learn English through immersion, things along those lines. But what I will be transparent on is speaking to that when it comes to core content, it is hard enough to learn a new concept while you're learning a new language. And so I do believe there's a place for immersion, but I believe in core content, I believe that we have to have people in place that communicate to whatever means that we can. I mean, I know 99 different languages here in Manatee is difficult to have someone that speaks in all those, but we need to have, whether it's their dictionary that's in their native language, things along those lines available for them to use. Or we have technology that pretty much can give them whatever language they need, although sometimes we would talk about formal and then, non-formal language development. But again, I think it's important to make sure that we focus on that. One thing too, and again, I don't want to misspeak because I'm not familiar with how Manatee addresses, ELL supports. But one thing that we've addressed and we are changing in our district is that we have addressed it through paraprofessionals. And paraprofessionals that speak the language tend to go to help students. But we've kind of got it wrong, and I'm just going to be transparent. We used to pull students out of core content areas, and we would pull them out, and we had a paraprofessional. Nothing against paraprofessional. They're amazing, great, we need them, but they're not certificated staff. They're not certificated teachers. They didn't go to school to be a teacher, and yet we're having them pull students out to speak to them in their native language and to deliver content that they're not qualified to deliver. When actually what we should be doing, instead of pulling students out, we should be pushing the para into the classroom to speak to them in their native language to help them learn the concept. Then again, like I said, through immersion, yes, in elective courses or even through the rest of that course period, once they've learned the new concept, then sure, immersion I think is crucial, where they're learning the English language through just going through the steps, et cetera. Wholeheartedly agree. But that's just something that, to me, is making the difference now, because we realize, and we don't have the same population. We're approximately, well, when you talk about sheer numbers, perhaps, but when you talk about percentages, we're about 6%. ELL students, so we're half of what the percentage is here. But we're still seeing the same needs and the same trends, and so we have to do something different, and that's what we're putting in place to do something different to address the needs now.
Okay, perfect. How am I on time?
You're done.
I'm good. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bragg. So last but not least, my section is board relationship, community relationship. Obviously, the superintendent, you're going to have a relationship with us five, but you're going to be asked to go out in the public and speak. And you kind of talked about that a little bit with Ms. Foreman's question about the referendum, going out and talking to stakeholders and going to those. So some of these may be a little bit repetitive, but I'll skirt around some of them. First question, though, describe what your ideal working relationship with the school board, like what does that look like? And from a adversarial situation with a board member, how would you go about resolving an issue with a particular board member? What does that look like? So ideal, not ideal, those two things.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think ultimately, it's what it looks like is mutual respect. I have to know that each board member was elected by constituents, and so I understand that you serve those constituents obviously as needed. but also that we still have that same common goal that ultimately we want our students to be the most successful students to help the community as a whole. And so I think ultimately it's, working with each board member to have that mutual level of respect. I believe that the board tells me the what that you would like to see happen in the district, and then it's my job to figure out the how and the who that does it, that gets it done. That's how I see the perfect relationship working, right? And that we can openly disagree with one another in reference to best practices, things along those lines, but we have that mutual respect where we can talk through those things and value each other's perspectives, because I think all of us come together with different perspectives. But the reality is either we are all successful as one team or we're all unsuccessful as a team. As a coach myself, and I believe that you are a coach as well, that it's crucial to understand that is the mentality of the team. There's no one person, there's no I. Again, we're all together. We collectively succeed or we collectively fail. But again, that mutual level of respect. And then if for some reason that we do disagree, I would want to make sure that over time, especially within my, again, and it's laid out in my 100-day plan, that I would want to meet with each one of you. I know we're going to meet a little bit tomorrow, but I would want to continue to have a standing meeting time where we meet one-on-one and we continue to talk about things that you're concerned about, and that I can provide my perspective, you provide your perspective, and let's see how we can continue to work through this for the betterment of our school district. I think that's crucial. We have to build that professional relationship where we're both vulnerable enough to hear from each other, to truly listen to each other's perspectives. We're all gonna, I'm sure at some point in time, if something crosses either one of ours, I can't make this, I can't go across this. This is a zero tolerance piece for me. I can't do it. Then we have to talk through that. But I think for the most part, through my record I have a lot of experience, whether I'm presenting to the board at every workshop or talking to the board members because they want to review data or talk about their schools. I have a very good working relationship with our board now. I think that's evident by I have my recommendation letters are from 3 different board members, and all 3 different board members are uniquely different. And so, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's a tremendous positive. But all 3 of them, recommended me as a superintendent. I also have a great relationship with our union as well. So I think it's about being able to balance what everyone wants and making sure everyone, and for a lack of better terms, and I don't want to diminish what this means, but is that each person has a win, right? That we all have to have wins. We have to make sure that what we're doing is that we're seeing the successes, and it's my job as the superintendent to make sure that each district within this overall school district has wins, and that we can establish things that are meaningful to all stakeholders.
Thank you. In our community, we have a lot of partnerships with the district. A lot of partners that give, that help, and they want to see our success of our schools. So to me, it's important that relationship is really good between our superintendent and those stakeholders. So what is your experience or interaction with some local business, community members, et cetera, from your previous experiences that you would bring, and or maybe some things you'd maybe want to implement that you've thought of that district maybe back where you're at did not, but you'd want to implement something along those standards to make sure that relationship is good with those community members?
I think it's crucial to make sure that the superintendent isn't synonymous with Manatee Avenue, right? I think it's important that me being the superintendent, that I need to be out in the community, I need to be out in our schools, and I have to be accessible. So that is first and foremost. I want to go to every single, whether it's city council meetings, things along those lines. I want to be able to be present. So we talked about earlier when I was talking to Ms. Spray about making sure that we go have those community members and business partners for things that we want to do, but I need to be involved in those companies, and if they have advisory boards that I can serve on. I've done that in the past. I've been on multiple advisory boards, which is kind of how I learned that so many different employers needed things, and how can I help you, especially as a superintendent. I need to know that, make sure everyone knows that, yes, I'm the superintendent of the school district, but we are one community, and it's all about us working together for the common good of all. So being out there, being involved, nothing's too small. I don't mind. I will go to 10 churches every Sunday if I need to, but if that's what it takes, it doesn't matter. Because I also am extremely realistic that many people will not come to school district events. So how can I then go out to homeowners associations and speak to what's going on in our district? Because I do 100% believe that the school district of Manatee County has so many things going on that's positive, but does everyone in this community know how positive it is? And in today's day and age of extreme competition, we have to make sure that all of our stakeholders know how beneficial it is to keep their children in our school district because of all the million things that we're doing and the investment that we're putting in our children. So again, it's about us getting out there, us controlling the message and sharing and being transparent of all the great things that are happening, but also being vulnerable enough to say, hey, we don't have it all right, and we need to continue to work to get it right, and we need your help. But going anywhere and everywhere we possibly can to spread the message, but to be accessible. And that could be, again, churches, homeowners associations, any types of gatherings for that matter. You know, in our district, we have a lot of things going on, but also, last but not least, we just started establishing having quarterly meetings with community in certain communities. So we have, so it'd be representative of all the school board members, you know, communities, and we have them quarterly, and if we need to have it more than quarterly, then we can, but it's where I'm there, I'm present, but the school board member's present, and we truly just have a town hall meeting where people can have their voices heard. I'll be in schools to hear voices of teachers, but we need to make sure that we're also going to the community to hear their voices as well. And I would love to include each one of you in your districts, obviously.
Thank you. So obviously with transition to a new superintendent, you've got, you know, thousands of employees here in our district and teachers, of course. There could be some worry, right? Of like, oh, things are changing. Who's the new superintendent, et cetera. How, I know you've talked about your 100 days, and I know you'll speak to us a little more about that. So you don't have to go into great detail, but I'm sure part of your 100 days will be building that relationship with those teachers. So just talk a little bit about how would some of these employees expect to meet you, to get to know you, how are you going to introduce yourself during this transitional time that we're in?
So, well, like you said, you hit on it. My first, part of my plan is to listen. I need to be in schools, whether that's town hall meetings, and of course I would be willing to listen to the board to say, okay, what is the best process to have as many people possible to have access to me and to hear my thoughts. So to do that, to get out there and be accessible for all of our teachers to have their voices heard. Obviously, email. I'm a night owl, so people can email me at any given time. I stay up. My wife's back there, so she knows I'm not lying. But I stay up until about midnight every night, catching up on emails, responding to people. Even in my current practice, in my current position, I send out an email every couple months at least every couple months to all teachers, to all of our teachers. We have about 8,000 teachers, and say. I try to give some words of encouragement, but then I also ask them all the time, what can I do for you? And initially, no one replied, right? Because I think everybody thought it was kind of just surface, and it's just, he's just trying, whatever. By the second time, I had about 60, which isn't that much when you talk about 8,000, but 60 people responded. And within 48 hours, everything they needed or asked for, which was simple things. I need a new battery for my laptop. I need dry erase markers. It didn't matter what it was. One of them even asked hey, donuts would go a long way. So my team, we delivered donuts, no lie. And then by the third email that went out, I had approximately 150. But again, I went to the cabinet members and told them I'm sending this email out, and some things aren't in my purview. So I'm just letting you know I'm going to send you things. And my goal is, and what I've told them, my commitment is that within 48 hours to get it addressed. My team and I were just at a pre-K primary school, literally just this. On Monday, and what we were doing is helping a teacher file papers and grade papers because she was so overwhelmed that she actually reached out to me from an email that was back in April, early April, like April 4th or something along those lines, to ask for help. So it's those types of things to make sure that I'm listening and being there to help everybody. But again, as new superintendent, I know it's way more than that initially. It's making sure that people can feel, to know that I'm going to evaluate, and again, support first, evaluate second. I don't want anybody to be in fear of their job. That's not what my goal is. My goal is to see what's working in our district and to try to see is there something that is just because of processes that can be and systems that can be changed. If we get to a place where, you know, personnel might need to be changed, then of course we would have that conversation. But that is not my goal. It's not my intention. I just want to see what is the current structure of the district, and then if things need to be changed, then of course we will act upon that. But my initial goal is I don't want anybody to be panicking of their job and being concerned about their job. I want us to know we're going to be a team effort, support first, we'll evaluate second, and go from there.
Great. I think I got, 3 more minutes. So I got one more quick one, and this may be a little bit longer of a response than 3 minutes. But there's obviously some times where there's highly charged meetings, things happening, decisions being made. You know, just in the last couple of years, masks, referendums being passed, schools being closed, whatever. What's in your experiences? What have you learned from those? And maybe you can have an idea of when these things do happen. What's the best way to kind of catch it before it gets to that situation, or how would you handle those situations?
So you kind of touched on it. I think the biggest thing is to make sure that you're as much as we can to get ahead of the narrative, right? I think unfortunately we have groups of individuals that are I'll say don't have all the information, right? And so it's about how can we get ahead of that and be transparent and make sure that we, the district, is sharing the information before other outlets are sharing the information, so they actually have all the true information. There's a lot of examples. I won't go into those examples, but there's some things that you know, school districts are having to answer, and why we are doing these things or not doing these things. And actually, at the end of the day, what that person is concerned about actually shouldn't be a concern, because it's not happening in the district, or in other situations it could be happening. But again, it's about us controlling that message and controlling that narrative, getting out in front, sharing with our stakeholders, here's the things that happen, staying on top of what is the new legislation coming out that says, how is that going to impact our district? Because we want to make sure that people are properly informed, and so they don't have to just, you know, when people don't have information, you feel the need that you have to make up your own information or come to whatever grips you can on knowledge. And so it's our job, or my job, to make sure that we get ahead of that and share it. And here's what we're doing. So, you know, House Bill 1, when it's passing, how is that going to, it's going to be, you know, woe is the district, and it's going to hurt us so much. Or if you're on the other side, it's going to be great, and all these things. But what we should get ahead of that is saying, hey, competition's good for all of us. And so let's talk about House Bill 1. Here's what we think how it could positively impact us, and here's how we could possibly feel some budget restraints from that. But be ahead of it, not be supportive of it or against it. But we just need to understand that this is the new legislation, and this is how we're going to adapt with it, and that we embrace it, and we're going to move forward for the benefit of our kids. And I think that's crucial, that I, as a superintendent, leave my political views and beliefs and make sure that I'm focused on children accomplishing what they need to accomplish, and that is my common goal. Yes, we have to look at state statutes and all those other things, but we have a job to do, and my job is to make sure that our students are the most successful students they can possibly be in this community and make our community even stronger.
Awesome. So we do have a little bit of time left over. Was there any pending question that the board, like you didn't get to, you really want to get to? If not, I want to allow Mr. Schneider to have a closing remarks and that's the thing. Did anybody have like a dying question they did not get to? No?
No.
Okay.
Very thorough.
So, you know, close us out with your thoughts, and we'll release you out into the wild Manatee County.
All right. Well, I talked about earlier about transparency and building that foundation of trust. And so I just want to speak to one thing that I do know that even local papers have talked about, and some things that we have going on in my current district when it comes to allegations and reporting. And so I just want to speak openly and be transparent again, that the situation that's happening in my current district, as chief of schools, I just want to talk about my purview. As chief of schools, it's my job that anything that happens at a school, whether it's a bullying allegation or any other type of allegation, whether it's an adult and it's an employee or if it's a student, that our schools take everything serious and we report everything as required. In this situation, if there's an allegation with an employee, it's the school's job to report that in misconduct reporting form to professional standards. the school has followed all needed things and did that. After that point in time, the investigation, et cetera, is not in my purview. It's not in the school's purview. It's 100% taken on by professional standards or law enforcement, depending upon how it's needed. So I want to speak to that transparently. I'm a firm believer that I don't run from questions or problems. I run to them because I don't want to operate in a silo. I want to make sure that I'm transparent. So that's the first thing that I wanted to make sure I spoke to. And last but not least, but I just want to go back to those 3 priorities that I'm going to bring into this district, and that is making sure I focus on recruitment and retention of teachers. That will definitely positively benefit all of our students academically as well. And then building that, again, the fiscal transparency. We have to be fiscally transparent, especially since, we talked about having to go back soon enough and asking for a millage rate piece again. So we have to be transparent with our stakeholders so they know where their money is already going, especially if we're going to have the, I'll say, courage to ask for additional funds. And then last but not least is continuing to build that foundation of trust through two-way communication, transparency, and also having that open dialogue with stakeholders.
Well, great. Thank you. I appreciate you being honest. Obviously, it's everybody knows, and who's been paying attention what's happening. So I appreciate you being honest about that situation because it was a concern, and there were people that asked. Hopefully that answers some of the people's questions and some of the folks that have asked us. And we don't know, we're not there, but I really appreciate that. With that, I just want to say thank you for coming in. I know this isn't easy. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day getting to view some of the schools and some of the things we have going on. If you can tonight, if you didn't already, go up to the rooftop at the hotel because it's a great spot. And you'll be able to see the river there, and it's a great view. So, and maybe you can relax a little bit. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but, I know what I would do. How about that?
I appreciate it very much.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the rest of your day.
Appreciate y'all
We'll see you
very
later.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you obviously have anybody, Andrea and Dr. All you got their numbers if you need anything
Yes, sir.
throughout the
They're
rest.
amazing.
Perfect. Awesome.
Are you going to take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we're on recess. We're on recess for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
We are back from recess. Want to welcome Dr. Jason Wysong as our next interview. Want to introduce some people. The board. Chad Choate, chair of the board. Vice chair Cindy Spray. Our longest tenured but youngest board member, Gina Messenger.
Why are you trying to make me sound old?
I said youngest. Mary Foreman,
He has nothing to say about
our
it.
resident numbers guru,
And master board.
and master board, certified master board, and Richard Tatum, the voice of America.
There you go.
Right?
Justin
It's close, right? Just in America.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you for your help. So you've done this before. Is there anything new for you, which speaks obviously for how talented you are and your resume. So 90 minutes. We're going to go from each board member, how about 15 minutes or so. And we want to start off with just giving you about 3 to 5 minutes. Introduce yourself, and then we'll start with our questions. So go ahead. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chair Choate, and good morning, school board members. It's an honor to be with you today, and I've had a great morning here in Manatee County, and appreciate the district staff who organized tours. I visited Manatee Elementary and Manatee High this morning, and got to see students in action and great leaders. Setting the expectations and monitoring their campuses, and just a wonderful morning here in Manatee County. I also want to thank FSBA for making all of the arrangements and taking great care of us, and just excited to be here. My wife, Nicole, is with me today in the audience. We've been married 19 years. And we have a 10-year-old son. He's in 4th grade, so he will take his PM3 assessment tomorrow at his school. And so we're a very education-focused family. I am a native Floridian. I was born in Miami and went to schools there. I benefited from attending a large, vibrant high school with lots of opportunities. In particular, benefited from an advanced placement program that sent me to the University of Florida with a lot of credits, allowing me to double major and minor and still get out on time, and then a one-year master's program and then into the classroom. So I've definitely benefited from a strong Florida public education system. After college, I ended up in the Orlando area and started teaching high school social studies. At that point, had no aspiration to be a school administrator, but caught the leadership bug by watching great leaders do what they do and make challenging decisions and move schools forward. Then in 2007, I went to Seminole County Public Schools, where I had my first administrative opportunity. I was a high school dean of students, and again, at that point, didn't have aspirations to move to the district level, but I benefited from principals and mentors who gave me lots of opportunities, and an opportunity opened up in 2011 to go to the district to run the Race to the Top grant, which Seminole used to open new STEM programs and invest in some technology upgrades, and that got me introduced to the district level. I had only planned to stay 3 years for the grant and then go back to a school, having interacted with all of the departments, but there were other plans for me, and 10 years later I'm the deputy superintendent in Seminole, and very honored and excited to be in that role. Seminole has 63,000 students in district-operated schools. I'm the lone deputy superintendent, so I oversee the K through 12 instructional departments, along with information services, which over the years in Seminole, IS has been an instructional department because they serve students in schools. So I'm honored to get to work with that team. But because I'm the lone deputy, I also have an opportunity to sit in on all of the budget meetings, the staffing decisions, and to really to be that advisor to the superintendent. And so I've had a lot of different experiences at the district office, really working to support our principals and our schools. And it's an honor really to do that work. So I'm excited again to be with you all here today. Manatee is an awesome district. Manatee and Seminole share a lot of similarities, both in terms of size and then in programs. We've also
Of general leadership. I was a military officer for a while, and then I did have some teaching experience both at the Air Force Academy as well as a local substitute in a high school. And then I actually, in the Air Force as well as outside of the Air Force after retirement, did some leadership education and executive coaching. So that's why I have the leadership category, and so we'll get right into the questions. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. So what is your favorite book related to the human condition, and why is that your favorite book? And it could be outside of the Bible, let's say. It could be a work of art, it could be a play or whatever. When I say the word book, I guess I'm talking about some work of art or piece of literature or something. Why is that your favorite? Why is it meaningful to you, and why has it touched you?
That's a great question, Mr. Tatum. What a way to start. One of the, probably one of the novels that I read in high school and then later taught in a social studies classroom, All Quiet on the Western Front, novel of World War I. A lot of lessons come out, from that book about the human condition, about morality, about service, and about sacrifice. Certainly there are a lot of memorable books I've read over the years, but that one was interesting, reading it as a student and then revisiting it as a classroom teacher, and then revisiting it, from time to time.
Sure. And what are a couple of those lessons that you said there were a lot of lessons in there about life and the human condition? What maybe like what are the top one or the one or two?
So I think certainly, again, one of them I think is loyalty and sacrifice, right? And fighting for a cause that maybe you understand well or maybe you don't understand well. Certainly there are implications there for democracy versus authoritarianism and just a lot of different themes. There's also the the technology piece, right, and how warfare evolved over time, and how people are impacted by that. Also, how people connect to each other, particularly those like yourself who have served.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, question number 2. As far as the leader goes, should leaders primarily focus on holding people accountable or making accountable people? Do you understand what I mean when I use those two terms, holding people accountable or making accountable people? And if not, I can explain them before you answer.
I think a little clarification would be
sure. So, as a leader, is my job to primarily go out and make sure that people are doing their job and hold them accountable? Or would my job be primarily to try and develop people who are self-accountable? Let's put it that way. Or how would you view the leader's primary role in that area?
Mr. Tatum, I'm probably in the latter camp there. A lot of my work has been around building and developing teams, and I'll just give you an example of that. When for one of my special projects at the district office, our former superintendent, Walt Griffin, when he interviewed for the job, said that Seminole, which had historically been an academic university prep district, that it was time to really get into the career and tech world, and to honor both the college and career pathway as viable and noble. And so I was tasked, although I had not been in the CTE world, that was one of the tasks I was given, was taking a look at all of that and building programs. And as a result of that commitment, was able to develop a job description and hire a fresh team of people into that work. What was interesting about that process is anytime you're hiring 4 or 5 people who are new to a role, you're hiring for talent, not necessarily for background knowledge. You're bringing in people with a lot of different skill sets, and then you're helping them kind of storm and norm into the work, if you will. And each of those individuals that I hired had very different leadership aspirations. And so you coach and you develop them differently. But the key in our world, right, is serving schools. The district office, through the board and the superintendent, sets the vision and provides the resources, but then the day-to-day work is supporting principals, meeting their needs, helping teachers, moving those metrics, grassroots as a lot of different stakeholders together. So I've always believed in particularly trying to identify hidden talent and then grow that in people, but to do it again in a very metric-based approach, where we're not just doing the feel good, right? That the numbers are there showing that students are benefiting because of that work.
Okay, great. Thank you. So every profession has kind of its terminology, and whether it's aviation or leadership or education. Are you familiar with the term the fundamental attribution error? Does that mean anything to you? It's kind of a psychological term.
Again, please
Great,
clarify.
that's fine. So I'll clarify it for a second. So the fundamental attribution error is this idea that when I act badly, maybe not inappropriately, or I'm unkind with my words or things like that, the reason that's happening is because it's not because there's something a little rotten in my heart and spirit that needs some tweaking. It's because of circumstances and things going on around me that are causing me to act like that. But when I look at other people and they're acting poorly or impolitely or whatever, I go, they got something a little rotten in their heart. And so we attribute other people's bad behavior to a little bit of rottenness in their heart and their spirit. But when we do it, it's circumstances around us. It's not really us. There's nothing rotten here that needs a little tweaking. So now that you kind of understand that concept, as a leader, how do you see that playing out or influencing your thoughts and ideas as a leader of a large organization, or even in, just talking to other people and interacting with other human beings?
Sure. So, thinking back in terms of professional development and leadership training, one of the things that sticks in my mind, I went to a training one day with a couple of colleagues, and it was with a group of very innovative schools from around the country, kind of a cohort brought together, and the working norm for that group was hard on work, soft on people. And the implication was we're going to be mutually accountable for the work that needs to get done, but we're also going to be understanding of each other's kind of unique needs and circumstances. I have another colleague in Seminole who talks a lot about never making an assumption about where someone else is coming from, because you don't know what they're going through, kind of in their own lives. So I think, again, leading a large organization, you have your metrics, you have your goals, and everybody should be working toward those. But then there does have to be an understanding, as you said, of the human condition, if you will, and the unique circumstances that each of us bring to the workplace. And you want to work through those things, but you want to do them through the lens of, so you want to be compassionate, but you also want to acknowledge that the work has to get done.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answer. Okay, so if you had to pick between these three, what I might call the primary motivators of human beings, pleasure, power, and meaning, which one would you choose as humans' primary motivation, and why is that your choice? And I can repeat the question if you'd like me.
Yeah, I think I know where I'm going, but I want to hear it
Take your
again.
time.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you want me to repeat
Yeah,
the question?
please.
Sure. So, if you had to pick between pleasure, power, and meaning, which one would you choose as humans' primary motivation, and why is that your choice?
I think from my own experience, I think meaning is certainly significant. Again, as I said in my opening comments, I became a classroom teacher with no aspiration for doing anything but that, but then influenced by others, saw the impact of leadership, and then saw it at the school level, and then got to see it at a district level, right? And then watching, three different superintendents with different leadership styles, but all very dedicated to students, and watching how what they did impacted individuals. I think that, for me, yes, it is about meaning. It's about thinking what am I doing? What impact am I having? Where do I want to go? How do I connect? How do I fit?
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, let's move to, let's see, question number 5. In contentious situations, and I'd probably like to focus on like one-on-one situations, when we're in contentious situations with other people or ourselves and maybe a couple other people in a small group. In those type of contentious situations, who is the problem? Like so in these conflictual situations that we have in life with other people, if you had to answer that question, who is the problem? Who would that be? Who's the problem?
You're talking about in a one-on-one,
Yeah, a one-on-one situation, or you're having let's say you had to give some feedback to a subordinate and it's not going very well, and there's a contentious atmosphere that's there. When we start to think about, okay, what's going on in this type of situation, if I had to ask you the question, who's the problem in that situation, you have some choices there. It's either there are human beings in this interaction. What would your first instinct or idea be about who's the problem?
well, I think in the specific example you gave of you're having a one-on-one conversation and you've got a superior and a subordinate, I think as the supervisor, you're meeting to address, concerns or whatever is out there. And I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to evaluate, does the person understand that others have concerns, right? So is there self-awareness, or do you have to kind of get real specific and either put some data or some qualitative feedback on the table, and then you're digging into why, and again, is there a circumstance going on, or is there just a fundamental difference of opinion about the work and the expectation, and the structure? Is it fundamentally interpersonal, or is it more about the work and the training and the skill set? And then from there you're I think it's iterative.
Moving forward, so are you saying, like, if you're in that contentious type situation, you're looking for? Well, actually, could you just explain a little further exactly what it is you were getting at? Because I didn't quite understand exactly what your clarification of your question.
Right. So I think in the kind of hypothetical you gave, the one-on-one supervisor talking to a direct report. I think what you're trying to do is determine, does the other person, are they starting from an understanding of, yes, we have an issue here that's got to be resolved somehow, or are you starting with kind of lack of understanding, that there's even a problem? Because I think that kind of then determines the course of the conversation. And then I think the second piece is you're trying to understand where that other person is coming from. You're giving them the opportunity to kind of explain their point of view, and then at some point you've got to have the conversation about what the expectation is, and is there a way for me to support you better or help you to meet that expectation, and then what are our next steps? Where do we go from there?
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
One quick question. How much time do I have left, Ms. Messina?
1 minute.
1 minute. In 1 minute, describe how you develop trust with people, please.
Trust is always challenging to build and easy to lose, right? It takes a long time to build it, and then it can go south very quickly. And so I think, to me, it's a lot of the one-on-one conversation, and it's about starting those conversations from a position of listening and trying to learn and then reflect on what you're hearing. I think especially in organizations, there are always going to be different points of view, different people's perspectives, different people's roles. Those are going to kind of come together, and then you've got to kind of build the synthesis and then go back and say, okay, this is what I think I'm hearing you say, or these are what I think the issues are. And then when you're in a position to help, to take an action to try to make it better, you have to make sure that you do what you say you're going to do, because of course that's the quickest way to have non-trust, is to not follow through on the commitment that you're making. And so also not over-committing in those situations is important.
Walking your talk, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Wysong. Next is Ms. Messenger.
Okay, my first question is going to be about the achievement gap.
Great.
Eliminating any achievement gap or opportunity gap is a must. What approaches would you pursue, or more specifically, what approaches have you pursued? And what leadership and guidance would you provide to ensure that those approaches are properly evaluated and adjusted over time to meet the changing student needs?
Great question, big question, a lot there. You know, achievement gaps, if they were easy to solve, would have been done already, right? I mean, so these are hard problems to tackle. You know, the first step is always the data analysis and what the data is telling you, and that's both quantitative and qualitative. So, you know, you can pull up the DOE website and look at a school's report card, and you can very quickly do the math and go, okay, this is what the numbers are. But then, you know, what's the story behind the numbers? What's the trend over time? What are the challenges that specific community has experienced recently? What's the history there? So putting all of those different, you know, pieces together is pretty important. Then from there, you're looking at that data and you're setting some goals, and you're looking to see what others have done in the past that has worked. You're certainly looking at evidence-based approaches. I think we like to try a lot of things in education, and sometimes you're trying everything and you're hoping that something is going to stick. But because you're doing it all, you're under-resourcing, and you're not monitoring, and so you don't get anywhere. So it's like at some point you've got to take all of that data, you've got to select the strategy or the program or the initiative or whatever you're going to do, and then you have to go all in on it instead of kind of quickly backing away. I think, you know, what we've seen with really pervasive achievement gaps is you'll see schools that will, you know, inevitably around the state, you'll see schools that will make quick progress in a year, right? So you might see a D school move up to a B in a single year, or a subgroup that closes rapidly in 1 year, and then 2 or 3 years later, you're back where you started. And that's often because when you look at schools around the state that do that well, that principal who becomes kind of a superhero legend type figure, then gets moved to address the issue at another school or gets promoted. And they have to be there long enough to put the systems in place so that you can kind of close those gaps over time. But sometimes we're too quick to move leaders or switch strategies, and then we end up actually going back to where we were before. So I think it's about the data collection, then about the selection and the implementation of the strategy. And then the last piece of that work is program evaluation. And again, I think that's something that a lot of districts talk about. The literature talks about program evaluation. It's actually very challenging to do that in practice, and you really have to plan for it up front. So, you know, just for example, in Seminole, we are going to launch 4 different program evaluations for the next school year to really help inform the superintendent and the board about which ESSER-funded programs are going to continue, right? And those, you know, and so the goal is to really look at that data and make good decisions, because maybe one of the new things we've done under ESSER is working, but to afford to keep doing that, something else is going to have to leave, right? Because you can't do it all. So I think there's a whole continuous improvement cycle to the achievement gap work, and the key is to be resilient enough to go all the way through it. And also to talk about the fact that, yes, you can make short growth or short-term gains, but the real work is gritty and gradual, and making sure that stakeholders understand that.
My next question. Based on what you know of our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement? Where are our greatest opportunities?
So just taking a look at the kind of publicly available data, I think, you know, 2 areas, and you all have been working on this already, so I don't think this answer will be surprising, but you know, proficiency of students in English language arts and then low quartile work in ELA and math. Those are, those are the keys. And so, when you have schools where your proficiency data is low, but your learning gains and your low quartile learning gains are high, you at least know that you're on that trajectory, right, toward long-term improvement. Where you're seeing lack of progress with lowest quartile learning gains, that's where you have to be concerned that you're not really digging in, and in particular, working effectively with those level 1 readers, who, when you really go through, a lot of kind of individual student data, forget the big school, metrics, going down to individual students. A lot of students that are level 1 multiple years in a row. It goes back to 3rd grade. It really goes back to even earlier than that. And then you kind of get in the cycle, and there's lack of growth at that individual level. So I think for Manatee, for my district, for most districts, the challenge is getting the right resources and the right systems in place so that you get that long-term growth out of your lowest quartile ELA and math students.
Thank you. How much time do I have?
You have another 8 minutes.
Success. I will ask another question. How do you balance the needs of special populations, such as ESE students, ELL students, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented? What have you done to address the diverse needs of student populations in your district?
So each of those subgroups is critically important, and you're right. It is a balancing act. First of all, I've done a lot of work on our federal grants packages. So I oversee our federal projects director and work with all of our federal grant administrators. And one of the things that we talk about as a team is whether there are things that we're doing from one year to the next, you kind of just get like kind of automatic renewal of things, and are they working, right? That gets back to that program evaluation piece. But also, do you have staff in the right areas, and are your staffing allocations keeping up with those changing needs? And again, I'm in on those conversations on the federal side, but then on the staffing on the general side as well. So it's always reevaluating those resources. One thing that I've encouraged all of my team members to do, and we do it directly on any of the teams that I supervise at the district office, is that every time there's a vacancy, you should stop and say, is replacing the person who just left, is that the best use of that resource? Or is the data telling us that we really need something different? And certainly as our ELL and students with disabilities populations evolve, you definitely want to be having those conversations. The other piece, I think, on kind of from an instructional perspective, is, and I think this is true regardless of a subgroup that you're looking at, or looking at all students, is making sure that the materials and the programs that teachers are using with students are truly evidence-based. And of course, we're all going through this standards transition together, and new instructional materials in ELA and math. Many districts decided not to move forward with their social studies adoption. In Seminole, we pushed forward through that this year, and really have completed that process because I felt like our elementary social studies materials were dated and not effective, and that was a very high priority to fund that work. But the key is that we want to be sure that what we're providing to schools really is evidence-based, and then that when we go and visit schools, that we're seeing those materials actually used with students, and that we're not hanging on to things that maybe we liked once upon a time, but really there's not any evidence that they were working. So some of it is making sure not just that we're procuring the right things, but then that those things are being used. And when we're not seeing them used, we've got to talk to teachers about why, and what supports they need. Maybe the training missed the mark. Maybe a refresh is necessary. Maybe we have to have a hard conversation about the fact that this particular material, although it's liked, isn't appropriate anymore, or isn't rigorous enough, or isn't well aligned to the standards. And again, those aren't just ESE and ELL specific, they really apply to all students. But I think with those subgroups, you fall even further behind when you're not doing that.
Okay, I think I have time for one more question. Tell us a time when you have worked through others or used an out-of-the-box approach to help your district achieve academic success.
So, in the work that I did from, let's say, 2013 until about 2019, I was leading a group called Education Pathways, which again was our former superintendent's branding of really growing our career initiatives. And one opportunity that we saw early on, I think it was 2014, the legislature put the digital tool certificate opportunity together, right? And those are those kind of pre-industry certifications available to students in grades K through 8. And when that came through the legislation, I really saw an opportunity, particularly in a strong district like Seminole, where arts, athletics, and academics are all strong, and everything is kind of competing for student interest. Students have a lot of choices, as they do here in Manatee. And so we saw the key to expanding career and tech enrollment. We saw that we needed to get students more engaged K-8 in some of those career exploration opportunities. So we went to our middle school principals right after those digital tool certificate legislation passed, and we said, let's be first out of the gate on this. Let's go quickly. And so we built 3 new technology electives, and put a requirement in place for students to take 2 of the 3, and that meant some other electives at the middle schools had to go. But essentially, we focused the development of those courses on digital citizenship and use of technology, and also coding and programming, which became a K through 12 initiative in Seminole County. But essentially, we challenged our principals to make those decisions about course offerings to get students scheduled, and then the students started earning the digital tool certificates, which caused many of them to continue with a computer science pathway or AP computer science. But the other key to that was that all students were experiencing it. So if you look at our AP computer science enrollment today versus 7 or 8 years ago, not only has the enrollment gone up, but we went from, frankly, a course that was practically all male to a 70-30 gender split, male-female. I'm not going to rest with that till it's 50-50, but the point is, by increasing kind of that opportunity to learn about technology and to experience coding and programming, more female students got excited about that work. And of course, when you're getting more students into those AP classes and into those CTE pathways, you start to see your college and career acceleration data go up. And then I think in addition, as you start to earn more of those digital tool certificates at middle and industry certs at high, your supplemental FTE from the state is rising, which then allows your principals to do even more innovative work within their CTE programs. So that's probably a longer answer than you wanted, but I wanted to kind of walk you through the use case.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for your response there. Ms. Foreman?
Hi,
Good morning.
good morning. My section is on Ready to Grow, which includes some operations. It includes budget, which is my favorite. So I'm going to start off with budget. How have you been involved in budget development and ongoing fiscal management in the past?
Thank you, and I'm not surprised you have the budget questions, Mrs. Foreman. So my work with, budget at the district level, again, started in the grants world, with Race to the Top, and allocating resources across multiple projects to try to achieve deliverables. From there, when I moved to the education pathways work around career and tech ed, our work was greatly accelerated by a voter-approved millage, which we put a lot of that money into programming work. That allowed us to start opening advanced manufacturing and cybersecurity and expand bioscience research and modeling and simulation. And so all of that was management of a larger pool of funds in order to get programs launched and teachers hired. And so I think I learned a lot of the basic concepts around program management that way. And then moving into the deputy role and overseeing federal projects and working with a really talented director of federal projects, we tag team all of the kind of Fund 400 sources. And then from there, when the pandemic hit, our superintendent made the decision that although certainly all of the kind of accounting functions would run out of budget and finance, the programmatic decision and the day-to-day kind of distribution and then the tactical management of the entire ESSER portfolio would fall to myself and our federal projects director. And so I've been through that process every step of the way, both on the what are we going to spend on personnel, what are we going to spend on academic recovery and learning loss, what are we going to spend on facility enhancement, and so all of that has stayed kind of within the instructional realm in Seminole. I think that's why we've been able to do so much. In terms of the district budget, again, I'm sitting in on those meetings and certainly learning daily. I've worked with 3 different CFOs, again, each with maybe a different lens or a different way of looking at things, but all of them, working hard to communicate transparently and manage risk. And so I've gotten to certainly be at the table and provide input. I think one of the challenging parts of that process is departments always need more resources, schools always need more resources. And so, when you get down to this is how much we have left, and here are all of these competing priorities, what are we going to do, and what's in our strategic plan, and where do we think the needs are? I've been at the table for all of those conversations the last 3 years.
Thank you. And you've got a good CFO now, I'm just letting you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I resent that. Describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment.
Disciplined, orderly, and safe. Did I get that right?
Yep.
So, in Seminole, there has been a very strong working relationship with the sheriff's office. We have we have a captain and a lieutenant, a couple of sergeants embedded in the building. Our sheriff's office captain serves on our cabinet, so he's at weekly meetings hearing the instructional updates, the operational updates, and that's important because that mutual trust is built, and then when there are hard days and we all have to work together, those relationships are in place. Certainly as an executive director and then as deputy superintendent, I've sat through the tabletop exercises the management manual reviews. I've been able to observe a couple of simulated crisis scenarios run on our high school campuses on a teacher workday. Those are sobering and will stick in my head forever. Because of the focus and the dedication of the sheriff's office personnel, and watching how those things play out and the care that goes in. So I certainly feel like I've had opportunities to to prepare for that role, and so I see it as communication is certainly a key. I think the other piece is making sure that we're really listening to principals about what they see as the campus security risks. And again, in my role in Seminole, I visit every school every year, not as a drive-by, but as a go in, meet with the principal, walk classrooms, talk data. But we talk safety and security too, because the reality is, even when you're wearing your instructional hat, your assistant principals who you want in classrooms, they're tied up in all of that safety and security work too. And safety has to come first. I'm a parent when I drop my son off at school every day, except for this morning. And if I didn't feel he was safe for 1 second, we would make a different choice, right? And so I think the biggest thing is I understand, I respect that obligation that we have to every single parent to take care of their child.
Thank you. The next question, I pulled from the question bank, and then afterward, watching a interview, realized you've already been asked this, so I'm not going to ask it in the same way. And that has to do with implementation of technology in your district. I understand you have PeopleSoft, as do we. Were you there when it was being implemented?
No, PeopleSoft was in place when I came to the district office. It was already there.
So you weren't involved in implementation.
Was not.
Do you encounter any obstacles or challenges with your ERP system, and how do you handle those?
Sure. So I'm an end user of both PeopleSoft HR and Finance, and my preference whenever I can figure it out is to run my own reports, because again, you get that end user experience, but also sometimes when you say to people, can you give me this, right? What you get may not exactly answer your question, and then you feel like you've wasted someone else's time. So, so I'll run my own finance queries and reports as I need them. And again, I was taught that by a great federal projects director. I think what is challenging, or what I find challenging, and again, my understanding is PeopleSoft implementation in each district can look very different because the program is robust, it is customizable, is sometimes the words on the screen or the outputs aren't always clear or formatted in the same way. And so like cost strips, sometimes appear one way on a screen and a different way on a report, which again slows that end user work down. I think the other piece is, again, the kind of the customization of really robust systems like a PeopleSoft. And again, you have lots of requests from end users, and you have a certain budget for development and resource, and so you've got to get everybody around the table and say, what really are the priorities. We're currently wrapping up an upgrade of our HR system. I think we were a little bit behind where Manatee is upgrade-wise, so we're working on catching up on all our upgrades now. And again, a lot of project management work goes into that to make sure you're minimizing your risk.
Thank you. Describe how the professional development programs and initiatives that you support will impact the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators. And if you could be specific about the programs that you want to see in place.
Yeah, absolutely. professional development is, is vital. And to me, what's most important is that when teachers leave professional development, they feel like there was a value add, not that they sat through something and now it's time to go to the next thing. One thing that we've recently done in Seminole, and I say we because a lot of different people have worked on this, and my job was to drive it home and make sure it happened, is we allocated ESSER funding to offer every teacher an opportunity to be back 5 days early last year to dive into their ELA and math materials and to really dig into the best standards. So big financial commitment, big ask of teachers, but it was funded at their hourly rate. So some of the messaging was, this is a week's pay to do work that you're probably going to be doing anyway when we hand you new ELA and math books. But again, we offered it to every teacher in the district, knowing that science, social studies, even bringing our PE teachers together, K through 12, and talking about how they support literacy and the ELA expectations was very powerful. So we used, I think, 5 different high school sites to accommodate. I think on our highest day of attendance, I think we had close to 2,500 teachers. That maybe a little bit higher than that, but I don't want to overstate, present across those sites. The entire event was structured around them being in their professional learning community. So they weren't on their site, but they were with their grade level team, they were with their subject area peers. And we did a lot of different activities there, but at the end of each one, you were planning and mapping things out with colleagues. We got such strong feedback on that we're doing it again this year, because we're in year 2, we're going down to 3 days. But again, an open opportunity for any teacher who wants to come and do that work with their PLC and really get ready for the school year. And although we're anxious to see where all of the PM3 data lands, we think that at least some of the explanation for our strong out of the gate PM1 data this year was the time we gave teachers up front, but we very much saw it as their time, not our time. And I think kind of wrapping back around, that's the key piece that teachers are buying in. If you bring them in and you don't give them anything usable, they're not likely to come the next time. So I think that's the key.
Okay, I have 2 minutes left. In 2024, our district will be asking the taxpayers to renew the 1 mil referendum. What will you do to achieve success?
Thank you for that question. And first of all, I think transparency to taxpayers is key. We owe the community a very transparent look at everything that's going on. And I know you have a strong audit committee, you have a citizens financial oversight committee, so those structures are in place and their work should be supported, because certainly the voters in Manatee County have made that additional commitment on both the sales surtax side and the millage side. And that's significant. And again, just from my visits this morning, it's evident that those funds are making a difference. So in terms of thinking about future renewals, and again, I think that assumes that that's the direction the board wants to move in. I think the superintendent's role is to do that comprehensive needs assessment and bring back, it's more than a project plan, it's really a whole program management plan for what's going to be accomplished and why can't we do those things without those additional funds. And then certainly in Manatee, because you've chosen to do employee salary supplements, certainly the leadership of the collective bargaining associations are critical in any of those conversations. And so starting those conversations early and transparently, making sure that that mutual trust is there is important as well. And then from there, I think, again, it's putting together an overall plan that will make sense to voters and that they would see as adding value not only to their children's education if they're a parent, but to the overall vitality and future of the community.
Thank you.
Very timing. All right, thanks. Next is Ms. Spray.
Welcome to me.
Good morning, Ms.
Hi, good morning. Nice to see you. My category is Ready for Life. And just a little background, I have a history of manufacturing, so building plant and all of those things, where everyone else have a specialty. Former tennis coach, by the way. So one of the things that I'm big on is I'd like to know if you can give me an example of a time that you had to cut or adjust a learning program that you knew was innovative and motivating for students. But what was the situation and how did you determine which program to cut or adjust?
So, again, on the career and technical education side, and I think probably you go to the academic side as well, you're looking for, I think, programs or courses that, again, may have once been very popular or once successful, but no longer aligned to workforce demand and pathways to gainful employment and hopefully economic prosperity, for graduates and future families. So I think you're looking at the data to try to identify things that may not fit anymore and that are maybe crowding out funding or facility space for other innovative programs. And I think in Seminole, as a result of growing career in tech, I think we closed 6 or 7 other programs that, again, were more, they were within the technical realm, but they weren't leading to industry certification. They weren't leading to post-secondary credit. And so they may have been nice or popular with students, but really weren't adding value when you look at kind of their future goals and aspirations. So I think that's one way you look at it. I think on the instructional side, again, you're looking for things that maybe were once popular, but the subsequent research has shown they're not adding value the way that other programs are or can be. And those are sensitive because let's be honest, there are teachers in those programs, right? There are sometimes community supporters in those programs. And so that work all has to be done compassionately and delicately. But ultimately, you do have to make those hard decisions because of the realities of scarcity.
Okay, thank you. And again, this just goes right back into it. Number 13 for my colleagues here. How would you evaluate career technical programs and how would you decide the changes that needed to be made specifically to meet the demands of skilled trades at our local businesses and who are looking to hire? Is there something that you have done in Seminole that has taken a student from high school to technical or high school to an employer? Okay.
Sure. So first of all, the feedback from the business community is vital, and all of these career and tech programs in Manatee, Seminole, elsewhere, they all have program advisory committees. You want to be sure that those meetings are really meaningful, that when business partners are coming to the table, that you're not that you're asking them kind of pointed questions and really benefiting from their time, not just calling them to have a meeting to check off the requirement, for Perkins or statute or whatever. And so you're kind of taking that feedback and then I think you're molding it a little bit. And Vice Chair Spray, sometimes you're right. It's not that a whole program needs to be abandoned. It's that we need to move to we need an additional pathway, a new set of courses, or sometimes it's that we need to upskill our instructor, right, to get them to some additional training so that they're up to speed on the latest technologies. And you can do that through summer externships. We've found ways occasionally to do those where you take a 10-month, contracted teacher who's willing to keep working in the summer and be compensated for that work, right, and embed them in a business where they're bringing those skill sets back. And there's sometimes some red tape with all of that, but you can work through it. So I think that's that's an opportunity to be innovative in terms of the trades. The last major project I worked on in the education pathways world before moving back over to academics to be deputy superintendent was we put up a new building on one of our high school campuses, and that replaced two very, very old, smaller traditional vocational buildings, and we made a strategic decision to move all of our building trades programs to that one high school, so that now you've got a general trades and carpentry instructor in with HVAC, welding, and electrical. And what we were struggling with in Seminole was that we would have these programs where we just have one program at one high school, one program over here at another high school, and the program rise or fell on whether the instructor stayed or left, right? And sometimes you get to the point where the principal couldn't find a suitable replacement, and then that program goes on hiatus. Our theory of action was if we bring the programs together in one location, we can build synergy on that faculty team and do a better job of both serving our business partners and really concentrating our investment in that industry in one place. And then, of course, we've opened up that program to transfers and also to after-school courses so that students attending a different high school who don't want to leave their high school can come over and still learn the program. So just a couple examples.
Basically kind of condense instead of spreading it out, you're condensing it into one area.
Well, yes, it's specializing, which also then makes the program larger and tends to ensure longer-term sustainability. Because sometimes we end up with programs that start and stop. That's not good for kids. It's not good for the district budget either.
So identifying the need of the community, like you said, there was a mad rush for technologies when the computers came out, and I went through all of that. And then it shifts to now building trades, and that's where we need a lot of people. So I think you're probably saying that. During times of budget challenges, how do you assess which academic program needs adjusting? We may have a good program in place, but there may be something that we need to do, but the budget is going to have to be shifted from one program to another.
Well, and again, I think that starts with, needs assessment, which is both quantitative data, but also what your teachers and principals are saying about how a program is developing or not developing, and what's on their wish list, if you will, and then what's a need versus what's a want. If we sometimes it's back to teaching economics, it's opportunity cost, right? If we do this, what are we giving up by making that choice? And it's kind of working through those processes. One thing that I asked, again, that group of federal program managers to do this year is to go ahead and go through a zero-based budget exercise. And we did it on 4 federal grants, and we did it together as a group of grant managers. And again, because that team has been in place for a while and there's trust there, we all kind of locked ourselves in a conference room, and each program manager, each grant manager put their grant on the table, and we went line by line through it and said, okay, if we, if there was a reduction in funds, or if there were other higher priority needs, what would we stop doing? And then as a group, we took some recommendations to our superintendent. Some of those are moving forward. Some we're going to spend a little more time exploring. But the point is, it was a healthy exercise among very talented colleagues, right? And going, okay, well, normally my team and I control this budget, but I'm gonna extend trust, and I'm gonna put what we do out on the table, and then we're all gonna kind of evaluate it together. The other thing that came out of that is that in some cases we see opportunities where a need can be met across multiple federal grants. And when you don't have silos in play, then your grant managers are working together and collaborating on funds uses. And I think that positions us well if there are future cuts or future needs that then necessitate leaving some things. Again, that trust is in place.
Okay, how am I on time?
4 more minutes.
4 more minutes, okay, good. One more question. ELL, I believe that there should be a dedicated program just for ELL. And just like you just said, you centralized all of your trades. I think we should centralize ELL, challenge students into one central location and develop the language and then integrate them into the population of their grade level. Is that something that you would see that could work, maybe a half or a third of their day into a program like that?
Well, I don't know that I've specifically studied that approach. In Seminole, again, we have a very talented ESOL and World Languages team that I had the honor of supporting, and their approach has really been about and back to Mrs. Messenger's questions earlier, really about studying the data and making programmatic or product or vendor changes to make sure that we're getting the highest quality materials in front of our English language learners. The other thing that we've done in Seminole is tried to expand our dual language programs at elementary. We added a new school this year. That is also a data-driven decision, right? You're looking at your community need and your changing demographics, and you're trying to identify if we have only a little bit more money to spend, where can we have the greatest value add in selecting that elementary school. And then you're working through the implementation challenges with principals, because of course when you do dual language, it impacts how you put your elementary schedule together. It also impacts your staffing and recruiting needs. And typically, because you're adding a grade level each year, you know that it's going to be a long haul commitment. Again, it's not a quick thing. You're tying up future commitments to doing that. So we've tried to be thoughtful about how we do those program expansions to serve those students, but also making sure that we've got the right people in place to make sure those programs are successful.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last but not least, my section is on school board relations between superintendent and school board, and also superintendent and the community, and specifically some of our partnerships and things like that. So first question is, describe what you believe would be your ideal working relationship with a board member, and then talk a little bit about if an adversarial situation came up with a board member, how do you approach that? So this is the perfect world. Here's when some bad things happen. How do you approach both?
Right, the perfect and the reality. So just to give you the to give you a little bit of background, again, in the deputy role, I sit in on all of our meetings with individual board meetings to make sure that that their questions regarding the agenda items are being answered. Again, I'm responsible for the development of the instructional items and supporting other cabinet members as they build out their items. So this is something that I'm accustomed to, and have really gotten to watch, and I think that has really helped me understand, the importance of the working relationship. So I think a couple of key pieces. First of all, I certainly believe that every board member should get the same information when we are talking about developments in the district, urgent situations, things that are coming up. Again, that's 5 separate phone calls or 5 separate meetings, so it takes time, but it's time well invested when everyone is going in with the same information. Obviously, the chair's going to be more involved in agenda development, and so there'll be that exchange. But ideally, there's good two-way communication on both the good news and the bad news, and particularly as board members who are very involved in the community, and I know that each of you is very involved. The reality is that you're going to hear feedback from members of the community. Some of that feedback is going to be operational rather than policy, and you want to be sure that you have that open communication dialogue so that you're sharing that perception data back to the superintendent, but also that you feel like you have the knowledge and the resources and the information to respond to those stakeholders, when they're raising, important issues. So I think the key piece again is each board member getting that same information, making sure that all of your questions on agenda items are answered walking into the boardroom. If you operate in that no surprises environment, the board meetings run a lot more smoothly. They're more efficient, and again, you build that trust. And it's certainly okay when a board member, has a difference of opinion, pulls something, and maybe it passes off the agenda 4-1. I've certainly seen some meetings where you all have had some 4-1 votes. That's not a bad thing. It's okay that individuals have their viewpoint and you're representing your constituents. What isn't good is when you're having to pull items because you're not getting your questions answered. And I think that's a key role of the superintendent, is that when you sit down to vote on that consent agenda that is often tens of millions of dollars at each meeting, that you're comfortable and confident in your vote.
Thank you. Now for moving for interaction between board members, interaction with local businesses in the community. We have a really strong support system in our community from outside businesses, partnerships. Talk about if you have prior experience with community groups, the relationship that you had with them, how you would build a relationship, and the economic development groups and the Chamber of Commerce, and that sort of thing.
Again, the work that I was able to do within the Education Pathways group that we built in SCPS is what allowed me to really start seeing the chambers of commerce and the economic development corporations and some of those pieces. And I think the first key Chairman showed is that when we're invited, we need to show up. And so if there are opportunities for staff to serve on committees, it needs to be a priority. Whether it's a small committee or a big one, when the business community reaches out and says, we want a representative or we want a voice, whoever that's going to be, whether it's the superintendent, an executive director, whoever is going, that's a priority for them. Because if our seat at the table is empty for the routine stuff, it'll be empty for the important stuff. So we've got to be there when the business community reaches out and says, hey, we want you to serve on this, or we want your input. So I think that's step one. And then the second piece, of course, is the visibility of the board and the superintendent in the community. And again, you each have existing deep networks in Manatee County, and as an external candidate applying to be superintendent, I do not. When we meet one-on-one tomorrow, I'll share a draft entry plan with each of you that really speaks to how I would approach going out and making those initial connections And then going back to an earlier question, again, it's not over-promising, right? It's saying, we'll go back and look at that, and then if we're going to make a commitment to do it, that we follow through on it, so that when we come to the table needing something, that relationship with the business community is strong, and they know that when we're asking, it's because there's a real need.
Great, thank you. You just mentioned a good segue. You talked about, you'll talk with us a little bit more about your rollout plan, maybe first 100 days, that sort of thing. So in talking in lieu of that, the stakeholders, the teachers, assistant principals, parents, etc. When a new superintendent's being picked, we've all gotten the emails and got the phone calls and that sort of thing. There's worry, right? There's concern. Hey, it's something new. It's change. So talk about, you don't have to get into your whole rollout, but specifically about the relationships when it comes to teachers, parents, faculty, etc. What's your plan when you do come in to address those concerns and build a relationship?
And Mr. Chairman, I understand the sensitivity to all of that, and as you said, it's only natural, right, when we go through these transitions. Again, in Seminole, just at the district level, I worked for 3 different superintendents, so I've seen 2 superintendent transitions, and have been through that as a staff member, and the uncertainty between, and so I certainly understand from the employee perspective what that's like. What you'll see, I think, when we talk tomorrow is your approach has to be macro and micro, right? So in other words, there needs to be that general outreach to parents and employees, a welcome message. Here's who I am, here's what I believe in, and I'm excited to go to work, for you, the employees, and thank you, parents, for trusting us with your child's education. But then you have to get into the micro really quickly, and I have learned a lot over the years from running focus groups. This past year, or really this past 2 years in Seminole in the deputy role, going with my superintendent and hosting Teacher of the Year lunches and bringing 7 or 8 Teachers of the Year together at a time for very informal conversation about what's happening in classrooms, what are teachers seeing with students, what needs are out there that aren't being addressed, are the district office departments supporting, and when they can't support, are they explaining why? Is that communication good? I've learned a lot over the years from focus groups, whether they're with teachers or parents. Again, when you build some of these CTE programs, the first step is to bring in some of those employers and say, what gaps are you seeing, right, from our graduates? So you kind of do those initial conversations, and I always find that natural connections start bubbling up, from those interactions. And then, as I shared, my customary way of work is to visit every school every year. And I understand that the superintendent role is different from the deputy role, or different from the chief academic officer role. But my heart is in schools, and so you'll see, a pretty aggressive effort in those first 3 months to sit with as many principals and their leadership teams as possible. And again, you can do that one-on-one, you can do it in small group, you can bring all the principals together. Obviously, you're going to get more pointed feedback in the one-on-one and the small group than you are in the large group. But you also have to do the large group because you're not going to be able to meet everybody and talk to everybody in the first 90 days. So I think it's about a very balanced approach to that initial work.
Great. Being the superintendent, there's obviously, it's a hot seat. It's one that's watched, and tough decisions have to be made. Can elaborate a little bit how you would handle a situation, and we've had them over the last several years with masks, with opening schools, not opening schools, maybe closing here with us, closing school, different situations that cause a meeting to be highly charged, or people to be really energetic about their opinions and that sort of thing. How would you best handle those types of, because they come up, how do you best handle those types of meetings and situations?
Well, I think Chair Choate, I want to start with kind of an underlying statement, and that is that I'm a strong proponent that you always follow the law. The legislature met this session and made decisions on a lot of things, and people's personal opinions there can be one thing, but our charge, the superintendent's charge, is to follow state law, to follow the rules of the State Board of Education, and to follow school board policy. And so I think when you start with the foul lines are going to be painted for us, and then we're going to play within those foul lines. And it doesn't matter what we think about what's beyond, because our job is to go and teach kids every day and work within those, rules. I think when you start with that, you take some things off the table right away. And I can assure you, I've been well trained that we follow the law, we follow the policy. And I certainly believe in that personally. Beyond that, I think the transparent communication, while maybe not sufficient for everyone, is certainly necessary. And on those hard, divisive issues, you're never going to make everyone happy. You may be able to find ways to create some win-wins, again, within the confines of the law or policy. But you're never going to make everybody happy. And so I think at the end of the day, when I go home, the question I want to ask, or the question I ask myself is, did you do everything that you could? And could you have communicated it differently or better, and would that have changed the outcome? But at any rate, I think starting with that, always being transparent on the good news and the bad news, is certainly important. And often what I've found is that people want to be heard, right? That's why people come to public comment at board meetings. That's why they send you emails, and they want that acknowledgement. And ultimately, we may have to agree to disagree, but people want that opportunity to say what they believe and to try to influence your opinion, either as a school board member or as a superintendent. So I think hearing those things is important. I think also understanding that, when there are issues that are emotionally charged, that I can bring all the data in the world, and I'm not going to change your mind with the data, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a personal feeling, it's a moral ethic, it's a judgment call, and we may have to agree to disagree. And again, the board ultimately is the group that's having to make, when there's a decision to be made, it's your vote that's going to matter. And so again, going back to that working relationship, do you have all the information you need to make a decision? Has the staff and I, as a superintendent, done a good job getting you ready for the decision that you have to make as the elected official?
1 minute left. That's kind of perfect. I'll defer the minute to everybody in the group. We did this at the end of it last time. Do you guys, was there any other questions you wanted to get in? Maybe heard something else from any discussion from other questions and you said, hey, I would like to maybe ask another one on that. Anybody?
I have one quick
Yeah,
question.
absolutely.
Dr. Wysong, what was your dissertation on and what was the main point of it? I'm just curious.
So I wrote my dissertation in 2013, and if you kind of go back to the legislative history, in 2011, the legislature passed Senate Bill 736, which overhauled teacher evaluation, eliminated professional service contracts for those that didn't already have one. That was a really charged time for teachers. There was a lot of concern, and of course, we got the value-added model. I had just come to the district office in 2011, again, to open STEM programs, and then teacher evaluation systems had to get rebuilt in about 60 days. So I started learning about that value-added model, and my dissertation really was about, based on the early data coming from the state with that model, where the model was showing that teachers were highly effective at creating learning growth for students, among that group of teachers, and specifically looking at 9th and 10th grade ELA teachers, what practices did they believe they did really well that was creating that? So it was a little bit of an effort to try to match what the research says about effective teaching with then what our most effective teachers, based on the data, say makes a difference, in trying to triangulate that.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, on behalf of the board, I want to say thank you for the interview, and I think, what's that? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. We want to give you about a couple more minutes just to close, and not jump the gun there, and wrap everything up, and then we'll say goodbye.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I think I missed the second part of one of your questions on tough conversations, one-on-one, superintendent and board. And my undergraduate degrees are in my undergraduate degree double majors in political science and history, and so I'm very much aware of the incredible responsibility that each of you has. And the burden that you take on when you put your name on a ballot and you go out and ask people to support you. So just know that that if you select me as your superintendent, I would work diligently with each of you one-on-one to address your concerns and to ensure that the district is moving in the direction that the board has identified in its strategic plan, and certainly that is the core work of the superintendent board relationship. Again, I've been very privileged to be in Seminole County Public Schools for 15 years. If it's not my time to be a superintendent, I have an awesome job, and I support an incredible group of colleagues. But for me, it's always been about leadership and impact. And are you ready to kind of take the next step and have that greater impact? It's work that I would be very honored to do. I certainly appreciate your consideration. I know you had a great applicant pool, and so it's truly an honor to be here and have the opportunity to talk with you. I will leave you with just a one-page overview of some other pieces of educational philosophy that perhaps didn't come up in the interview today, for you to take a look at. And again, I look forward to talking with each of you individually tomorrow, and I'll share a draft entry plan. And again, it's draft because I don't know what I don't know about Manatee and the community and your priorities. And so I see that document as living and breathing until we all agree that it's final. But I do think it will help you see how I process and work through opportunities. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to spend the morning with you all, and again, thank you both to the principals this morning and the two I'm going to meet this afternoon, because it's a hard time of year to roll out the red carpet at your school, and your staffs were wonderful this morning. So thank you.
Great to hear. So I want to thank you again for coming in, and it was a pleasure to get to know you a little bit more, and we look forward to that tomorrow. I encourage have a good time at the reception and that sort of thing. We've got great community that's going to come out, I'm sure, and want to meet you. And take advantage of the rooftop bar, the rooftop of the hotel. It's a great view. After the reception, may need to unwind a little bit, go see sunset. But I would encourage that for sure.
Great to know.
So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon with the other schools you'll be visiting. And thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
And now we recess.
With that, before we go to recess, I do want to thank Mary Glass and the Manatee Education Foundation for hosting the lunch. They're going to be doing the lunch for the candidates as well as the board. They're also going to be hosting the dinner tonight at for the candidates at Central Cafe. And so I want to thank them for all the support that they give us throughout the year, but especially today and during this process. And then also want to thank not only our staff for taking the candidates around, but also the chamber. The chamber came out big and are with our candidates and the staff as they're driving around and talking about the community and what's going on and the great things that we're doing. Obviously, we know there's a lot of growth and a lot of things happening here in Manatee County. So I want to thank Jackie and her staff for volunteering and doing that for us. So with that, we are in recess for lunch. All right, there we go, on air. Welcome back, everybody, to the last, but certainly not least, interview of the day. Bringing a familiar face, Mr. Doug Wagner. And just so you know the kind of routine and what we're doing, in a minute, we'll give you 2 or 3 minutes to introduce yourself and that sort of thing. Then board members will have about 15 minutes each to ask about 3 to 5 questions, somewhere in that range. It's been going to almost 3 to 5 questions, everybody. So it's been going pretty well. Then we'll have closing remarks from you as well. And then I think you're done for the rest of the day, right? You already did your...
I did. We did our tours, which was very interesting.
Awesome.
Yep, did the
Awesome.
tours.
So you obviously know the board, but I'll introduce everybody.
Okay.
Chair Chad Choate, Vice Chair Cindy Spray, Gina Messenger, Mary Foreman, Richard Tatum, and of course, Attorney Steve Dye. So go ahead and give us introduction
Very
of
good.
yourself, and we'll get started. Thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to be a finalist in this process. I want to take a few minutes this afternoon just to tell you a little bit about myself, because you probably know me, Doug Wagner, who works in the school system, but I want to just talk a little bit about where I came from and the journey in education. And before I do that, I want to first recognize my wife. My wife, Carla, is here. She's sitting in the audience. We've been married 30 years. She's a former school counselor from Hillsborough County and from Clay County. And so I couldn't do what I do in education without her support. She's really picked it up when I'm working long hours and long days and weekends. So really shout out to her. I want to talk just a little bit about, so where did I come from? So from the beginning, my mom and dad were born in Ohio, and my mom was her dad was a store owner, general store owner in Ohio in a small town, and she went on to become the first woman ever to graduate from this major university with her PhD. And she would go on then for the last 55 years to be a high school teacher, college professor, and university professor for 55 years. And my dad also grew up in a small town in Ohio, smaller town. And after the Korean War, he went through college on the GI Bill and majored in business and worked for IBM and was an entrepreneur. So for me, going into business or education was really my path, because that's really what I knew. That's the only thing I knew, really, growing up. So I grew up in East Lansing, Michigan, and in high school, I loved school, but I loved sports and working with my hands more. And had a great time and really excelled in those areas, in the sports and also in industrial arts, and exceeded all the expectations, and even went on to be a student teacher aide when I was in high school, which was not done back in those days. Ended up taking college credits at night for automotive and construction, and ended up with a college degree from Ferris State University in automotive service technology. And then I found my way to Tallahassee and went to Florida State University with degrees in master's and a bachelor's degree also. And then found my way to Clay County, and was lucky enough to do what I loved. And what I loved doing was teaching students about career and technical education, industrial arts, later transformed the programs that we taught at in Clay County into really the first programs in Clay County were transformed from industrial arts into technology education. And now it's really engineering technology education. And so the Department of Education took notice of what we were doing, and I was offered the job in Tallahassee to be the state supervisor over career and technical education, and the specific area was technology education. And that was a great time for 5 years working in Tallahassee and traveling the state. And what I learned from doing that is when I'd go to the districts to provide technical assistance, I'd always ask to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it was a very interesting time because my only perspective is what I had from when I was in the classroom in Clay County. And now I'm seeing all these great things, and then I'm seeing struggling things that need to be addressed. And so we worked on frameworks and curriculum and all sorts of opportunities for our teachers so they could be as good as they could be in the classroom. And then after about 5 years, actually it was the travel that it was a lot of travel at the time, and we had young children. We moved here to Manatee County for my first opportunity here, which was a director for adult career and technical education. And so for the last 22 years we've been here. We've done some great things in this district. In my mind, I feel like Manatee County is by far one of the top school districts in the nation for career and technical education. It's about the team. The team put it together. Everybody got behind some of our initiatives and our ideas, and we really knocked it out of the park in those areas. I have 3 children, and they've all gone through our public schools here in Manatee County. And so here I am doing the operations, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, and really expanding my horizons and continuing to push forward. And that's really mostly how many of you know me in my last current job, and I've been doing this for 5 years. So that's kind of a short history of where I've come from, why I'm here, and why I want to continue to stay here.
Thank you very much. So we'll start off the questions with Mr. Tatum.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tatum.
It's good for you to be here. You've kind of earned your way here. I just want to let you know that you're here because of your resume and the great things that people have had to say about you in the community. So congratulations on being a finalist.
Very good. Thank you for that.
So you know that some of my background is in leadership and leadership education and training, and so those are the type of questions that I'm going to be asking you in that category. And the reason that I'm asking these questions is to I tend to know you to some degree because I've worked with you as a human being, but just to let other people as well as the public kind of get to know you, see who you are as a human being and those type of things, okay? And there might be a term or two that I use in my questions, and if you don't know what they are, that's fine. Every profession kind of has its own, lingo, and so if there's a term that I use that you don't know, we'll just talk about it and then we'll go from there. Fair enough?
Absolutely.
All right, great. So question number 1 is, what is your favorite book, a piece of literature, art, or something that's really meant something to you outside of the Bible, that's kind of meant something to you and kind of been an important lesson that you carry on through your life?
Yeah. So as far as a book, a recent book that I've read is Hacking Leadership. It's one of the books that we learned about when we went through the superintendent's training last year. And it talks about how to make significant changes at the school level, at the district level. Some of the philosophies around that is, you treat people how you want to be treated. In one of our former strategic plan, everybody has value and can add value. I truly believe that in my day-to-day work here. Every single person, we have almost 6,000 employees here in the school system, 6,000. Everybody's here for the same reason, to educate and move forward our students and our educational process, whether it be in the facilities area, the instructional area. That's why we're all here. So you ask what's some of the philosophies about that? It's really about moving things forward, but treating people with respect and how you would want to be treated. That's really how I've lived my career, my life, and that's what I believe in.
Okay, good. And what was one specific lesson from that book that kind of resonated with you, or you're taking forward with you? Something new or different that you learned in that book that?
Yeah, I think that it's about celebrating successes. Everybody has successes. And sometimes, as leaders, you can get so bogged down in things. And but you have to find the silver lining. And once you do, you can cultivate that, and you can move things forward just by pushing on the positive instead of it always about the negative. But I don't want it to be about the negative. I want it to be about the positive. People who've worked with me before know that I really would rather be positive.
Good. Well, that's a good segue into my next question then, which will be number 4 on the list for my colleagues up here. If you had to pick between pleasure, power, and meaning, which one would you choose as humans' primary motivation, and why is that your choice?
Pleasure, power, or meaning?
Yeah, which one of those would you choose as a human being's primary motivation, and why would that be your choice?
I'm going to go with meaning. There's a TED Talks segment out there that's called Why We Work. Why do humans work? And you see that when you talk to humans, people who have retired and they're no longer working, and they keep coming back to what did they do? What was their life about? How did they make a difference? And so for me, it is about meaning. It's about creating something, having positive, energy from that, but it's something that you can carry with, in this school system, there's lots of examples of things that we put in place, but the bottom line is it's about meaning for me, 100%.
Good. There's some good research out there that shows that people regret, later in life when they get to those points you were talking about. As we get older, we more regret the things that we didn't do rather than the things that we did do and maybe didn't go as well. People regret things that they never tried or they didn't do, which means they had opportunities to find meaning and then they didn't.
I would agree. I would agree with that too, and that's why it's important for us to treat everybody with respect, because everybody does, have a contribution. And even those people who are retired and they're looking for something, come back and help us. Come back in the school system. Come back and read to students. Be on advisory councils. Help us with our schools. So everybody can still continue to have meaning. But for me, it's 100% about meaning. I'd like it to be about those other two items as well, but it is about meaning. That's how I've lived my life.
Okay. So in the psychology world, there's this idea called the fundamental attribution error. Are you familiar with that term by any chance?
No.
So the fundamental attribution error is the idea that when I act badly, poorly, I speak impolitely to people, I don't pay attention to people, I just act badly as a human being. It's not because there's something rotten in my heart or my spirit that might need a little tweaking. It's because other people and circumstances around me are causing me to act like that. But when I observe other people that are acting badly, impolitely, whatever that badness might be, it's because there's a little something rotten in their hearts and they really have some work to do, right? So I attribute my badness to circumstances, but other people's badness to that little rotten piece of their heart that really needs some work. So now that you kind of understand what that is, the fundamental attribution error, how would you see that playing out as a leader when you encounter leadership challenges and situations and people? How would that idea, that concept of the fundamental attribution error play into your thinking as a leader?
Yeah, so we've all had to deal with difficult people who have different views than our own. One thing that I've carried with me through my career is I try to put myself in their perspective. Why are they like this? Especially when you have a hot phone call, somebody's upset about something, or a conversation with somebody and they are being more on that negative side. I try to step back and understand, now explain to me, why is this happening? And if I can put myself in their shoes, I have a better shot of explaining why whatever the cause was, whether it be a late bus or a facility issue that we might have. I can explain it better if I can understand their point of view, not just why they're so hot, why are they mad, why are they coming at us with these concerns. There has to be a way to step back and put yourself in their shoes and say, yep, no, I understand how you can feel that way. But let me explain to you why, what caused this and the reasons behind the cause.
Okay. And that's a good segue into my next question, which is, in those contentious situations that you were just describing, like someone calling about late buses and stuff like that, in these contentious situations that we come across in life, and they happen in all different circumstances, who is the problem? Who is the problem? What person? What's your initial instinct to think about, like, who's the problem in these contentious situations?
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends. Each situation would have its own problem, of course, but I'm going to have to go back to saying, if we're talking about a facilities problem or a late bus or something like that, it is the system problem. It can be a system. Usually it's not an individual problem, but it could be. I mean, there could be an incident that happens at a location that one individual caused that. But for many of those, it's a system. It could be because we're short-staffed, and that's just a reality. We are short-staffed. It could be because of the power failure, computer failure, system failure. So for me, my answer is going to be each circumstance is going to be different. But I do think that the job of the leader is to understand all those systems and how they work together. And if it is a system problem, if it is a personnel problem, it doesn't matter. The boss has to own it anyways. So we have to understand all the facts. We have to make sure we're going to have corrective actions. We're going to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We're going to have honest conversations. If it is an employee problem, we will have honest conversations. all our school teams are very, very studious as far as making sure we have honest conversations and address the issue and to make sure that it does not happen again. That's our job as administrators. We have to continue to improve the process. And I'm a big believer in that, about owning the problem. So I would not be one that says, oh, they did it, it's their fault. No, it failed for some reason. There's got to be an underlying reason as to why that failure took place.
And just to follow up real quickly, that's more like a large organization group setting, but how about when, you know, we're having those one-on-one conversations with people and we're just not making any progress? What's the first instinct? Like, okay, who's the problem here? What's causing the problem here? What is your first thought or instinct in those kind of situations?
Well, my first thought would be, after we've had training, professional development, we've tried to address it, but the problem continues to happen, and we're talking about an individual. Well, they're not in the right position. They're not in the position that maximizes their skills and abilities, or they're not happy in their position. And so their unhappiness is coming out in a way that makes other people unhappy. So how would I address it? I would move the person if it is a person problem. If it's a system problem and we can't keep the air conditioner cool in a specific building, well, we're going to have to get a new system. We're going to have to get new controls. We're going to have to do something, because you just can't keep fixing it over and over and over and having the same system failure.
How am I doing on time, Ms. Messina?
Still have another 4 minutes.
Another 4 minutes, okay, great. So let's talk about the idea of accountability real quick, if we could. There's maybe two ways about having accountability with our employees. One way is to hold people accountable primarily, and the other way is to make accountable people. So if you had to kind of choose a primary view of the idea of accountability, whether it's more about holding people accountable or it's more about making accountable people, which side would you tend to fall on? What's kind of your mission in relation to accountability as a leader in one of those two areas?
Okay, so I want to be held accountable for me, for Doug Wagner. Hold me accountable, me personally. But if you're going to hold me accountable, tell me what I'm being accountable for. Show me my box that I have to work in, and what I have to do in order to be accountable. And I think that's where sometimes in education or business, sometimes you don't have that up front. So you're not sure what the ground rules are. So you get into it and you think you're doing a great job, and they're like, yeah, no, this is horrible. You're doing a bad job. Well, really? Well, why didn't we talk about the ground rules before we started? So for me, I want to be held accountable. And I think most leaders, I can't speak for most, but I would assume people would want to be held accountable if they know the ground rules going into the game.
Sure. So, but as you as a leader with other people, not yourself, because I agree with you, I'd want to hold myself accountable, but as far as, mentoring other people in leadership, would it be more about holding people accountable or developing accountable people? If you understand the term that I'm using. Do you understand what I mean when I say developing accountable people?
Yeah, well, I believe what you're talking about is you want to make sure you have the systems in place where they can be accountable. I mean, and so, yeah, I mean, that's no different than when I was a teacher. These are the standards, benchmarks, and frameworks you need to teach, okay? Give me the training to make sure I can teach them before just holding me accountable. I need the training. I need the professional development. So that's how I would answer that question, that it's not just holding me accountable, or you have to have systems in place that everybody knows, and they have the skills and knowledge and abilities to do what they're being asked to do.
Great.
That's why I come back to everybody has value and can add value, because if that's not happening over and over and over again, we need to find a different position, something different that you can have success in.
Sure. Great. Okay. Ms. Messina?
1 minute.
1 minute?
I want to use it.
Sure. If you had to developing trust with people, how do you go about developing trust with people?
You lead by example. You have to lead by example. You can't ask somebody to do something that you yourself are not going to do it, okay? And you have to be transparent about what you're doing also and why you're doing it. So I believe that you build trust by having difficult conversations or showing the reason behind a decision, and I think that goes a long way. And if you're asking somebody to do something, you need to make sure you do it yourself. You have to. You can't just be, dictate and do it, everyone's doing everything for you. That's not the way it works. So that's how I've always approached my 32 years in education and work prior, lead by example.
Great. Well, it's always a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Wagner. You're a
Very
fine
good.
man, and thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Tatum.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you for that. And we're moving to Ms. Messenger.
My first question is about the achievement gap, okay? Eliminating any achievement gap or opportunity gap is a must. What approaches would you pursue or have you pursued? What leadership and guidance would you provide to ensure that these approaches are properly evaluated and adjusted over time to meet the changing student needs?
Yeah. Well, a couple things. So the achievement gap, depending on what area you're talking about, would be the teachers having the tools, resources, and knowledge ready and necessary to be able to move the achievement gap, to move the students, so we can close the achievement gap. We have, like I said before, we have almost 6,000 employees here in the school system, and we have specialists for every single area in our school system that are the experts in that area. So I would lean on those experts who have developed plans, that have transmitted them out there, so that when the achievement gap needs to be moved, depending on whichever area, they have the resources and somebody that can work with them one-on-one. How did I move it? I can go back to when I was a teacher, when I moved it, if I had students coming in there at all different levels. And I was very successful partnering students up, playing into their strengths and making sure they have as much knowledge as possible, and then having them teach the concept to other students that might not be at that level. There's no greater way to learn than doing. And that enforces learning across the board at all levels, not just the area that I taught in. So that's how I would move the achievement gap. I'd also watch the data. I'd have, you have to monitor. You have to, if you're not monitoring the data and ensuring that the needle's moving, it can get lost. So besides what I said before, you do have to have a system in place that would show what your results are and how things are going. And if you see that they're not working as they should, well, we're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to try a different activity. We're going to have to do something new to make sure that we have results. The results speak for themselves. Just because we teach it doesn't mean they get it. That's one thing I've learned as a teacher. I can't stand up and say, yeah, I taught them how to do it. It was great. I had a great lesson. And you have the assessment, and no one does well. That's not on them. That's on me as the teacher. I did a bad job. I need to do it again. Let's reteach it again. And let's take another assessment, and let's see if they can, if they moved up.
You made me think of a personal story that I'll tell you one day. Not today. Based on what you know of our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement? Where are our greatest opportunities?
Yeah. Our greatest opportunities here in Manatee County are our employees. Our employees care. I was fortunate enough to go on a tour today, and again, it's just a snapshot of a few schools. But it was so exciting to go into the classrooms and see what's happening in there and see the students learning. And they truly were learning, all of them. And our greatest asset is our employees. They care. They are here. No one goes into education because it's easy. Education is tough. Regardless of what job you have in education, it can be very challenging. So for me, our greatest asset is our team, and if I could add another one to that, is our community. Our community is behind our school system. When we do surveys and we poll people, and the millage would be a good example. When that thing passed at 69%, our community is happy with our school system for the most part. Sure, there's room for improvement in everything we do, But people in this community value education. They value the teachers. They value the staff. You know, it's Teacher Appreciation Week this week. I know everyone's doing things for the teachers, and you know, it's rightly so. It's not an easy job being a teacher. So I'm going to go with the community, the staff, and then I'm also going to throw in the students, because every decision we make has to come back to what's best for the students. So our students, in my opinion, our students in Manatee County are working really hard. They care about their education. They know education is what's needed to continue to move forward in life. And so I'm going to go with our employees, our students, and our community.
Okay. My next question is, how do you balance the needs of special populations, such as ESE students, ELL students, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented? What have you done to address the diverse needs of student populations in your district?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what we do is we make sure all students are being taught here in Manatee County. No one's left behind. We work hard to ensure that special programs are in place, that we have additional assistance for those who need it. And gifted, you brought that up as well. Additional challenges are implemented so that they can rise up to their full potential. We saw some of those programs today on our tour, and what have I done to move that needle forward? I've made sure that we've had the resources and the trainings to make sure that we have different types of programs at our schools to make sure that students have an opportunity and a choice where they want to go and where they're getting the training. And I can bring it back to the academy model as well. I mean, if you're really interested in something, this specific career area, you can go to this school to have it. This other school may not have it, and that's okay. But you have the opportunity to choice to another school. And so I've been instrumental in helping to put in some of those unique choice programs where students can go and pursue their interests. So for me, it's about making sure all students are educated, all students have resources, making sure that their interests are captured. We all know that students do better when they're interested and engaged in the learning process. Our job as a school system is to make sure that we have lots of different opportunities, learning opportunities for students.
How am I doing on time?
You've got plenty of time. You've got 7 more minutes.
Success. All right. Next question. Tell us a time you have worked through others or used an out-of-the-box approach to help your district achieve academic success.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about academic success. So, and I'll talk about, as I gave my presentation at the beginning, about where I came from. My academic success came because I was engaged in high school. Why was I engaged? Because I had something that I looked forward to every single day to go to, whether that be sports or the programs that I worked with my hands on. You have to have something for every student. Every student has to be engaged with at least one thing during the day. If not, they're just coming to school and they're not as engaged as they should be, and the learning suffers. So I've seen over my 30+ years in public school system that the students who are engaged, that have a support mechanism, that have their teacher pushing them, or their coach, or somebody, a parent, getting behind them and pushing and celebrating their successes, they do better. They do better, and they are engaged, and they want to learn. So specifically in my area, I can bring that back that, for engineering, for example, the elementary STEM labs, that was my idea. We put that in many, many years ago. Ms. Smith at Freedom and Ms. McGrew at McNeil, they were both teachers for us, and they started that program up, and we've expanded that to every elementary school, thanks to the referendum, of course, but every elementary school in the district. Why? Because students need to learn that solving real-world problems through engineering is really the application of math and science. It gives them a foundation at a young age to say, oh gosh, that's why I'm learning this? Yeah, that's why you're learning this. So you can build a bridge and you can, carry this weight, and it has the mathematical principles, and that's why it's all working together. So it's about relevance. It's about being relevant in what we're teaching and having those connections.
I think I'm okay. Okay, one more. High performance by students and accountability are priorities for us. How would you assess the current student performance levels in our school system? How would you assess the effectiveness of our teachers and programs?
Mm-hmm. So for the last 5 years, we have risen our rankings in the state. We're 25th right now, up from way lower a long time ago, but it's about where we are now and what we're doing to move those forward. So how do we assess it? We do have to assess it through assessments. You have to be able to show that the professional development, the curriculum materials, we've done all sorts of pilots, different type of pilots at schools, and we're gauging that on how it's working. But for the most part, you have to measure what you're putting out there to the students. So it's about teaching, it's about assessing, it's about changing it up when you're not getting the results you need.
I have asked all my questions. I will relegate that to the rest of the board because I.
Perfect. Thank you. Next on the list, Ms. Foreman.
I got the section from our strategic plan on ready to grow, and operations and budget and things that you know and love. So, okay. How have you been involved in budget development and ongoing fiscal management in the past?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so operations has a significant part of our school district budget. How have I been involved with that? Is that I'm at the table when the allocations are allocated out to each specific area, whether it be for maintenance and operation, where it's the maintenance of the school facility, whether it be construction and new projects, whether it be looking at the design and they come in higher than we had anticipated and having to work to do some value engineering. So, $400 million of the budget approximately is the capital side. So there's a lot there. Obviously, it's not all for maintenance and operation and construction. But being at the table, having meetings with our team members to ensure that they're on track, not to overspend, and making sure that every dollar we have is being spent appropriately. I mean, that to me is the most important thing. So the taxpayers entrust us with the money. The state of Florida gives us money. We need to make sure that whatever we're spending our money on, we're getting the best value for our dollar. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's what we have to do. And we need to not be complacent. We need to continue to be diligent and look at what we're spending. Why are we spending this on that year after year after year? What can we do differently to put in a better system or a new system or do something that brings these costs down? So we don't ever want to get to the point where we're taking things for granted, because we're not. We need to be good stewards of the taxpayers, and that's important. So I feel like in my current job, and even when I was at the school site, it's about making sure our dollars are spent appropriately. That's what it's going to be for me.
Describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when I started in this position 5 years ago, I know where my strengths and weaknesses are. I don't have a strong of a background in safety and security, so it was my idea to say, let's hire a chief of safety and security. And so we did a national search. We pushed this thing out for everybody. And again, remember, this is kind of new going back 5 years ago. This was not like, this was not on everybody's radar to have safety and security at a highest level. And so we did find somebody, Mr. D'Amico gets the credit, but we brought him out of state to come here. I believe we have, our goal has always been, my goal has always been to have the safest and secure schools in the state of Florida, if not the nation. So I do believe that we are down that path, and we continue to push that envelope forward to have safe and secure schools. Because we want, and I'm a parent too, if my kids go to school, still are in public schools, you know, we send them to school, they need to be safe, they need to be secure. They need not to worry about all that other crazy stuff that's happening around the world. And so by having a safe and secure environment, same with our employees, they need to go to school and feel like they're safe and secure. And you know, we have put in systems in place. And you all know what many of those are. And we're still even now looking at how can we improve it? How can we make it better? How can we make it safer? How can we make it stronger? How can we ensure that our students are safe and secure and our faculty?
Okay. Would you mind addressing the discipline in the school, you know?
Right, so the discipline in the school. So if you're talking about students or staff or?
Well, it would be a disciplined school environment, which.
Well, an orderly environment's important. Yep, so there has to be rules. There has to be consequences. You know, when I taught, I purposely went from one school to another school, and they served two different types of socioeconomic students. And what I learned is that students from both schools could do just as the great things that that either school could do, because we had rules and expectations, and students knew what they were. Just something we talked about when you were talking about the leadership. Define what the rules are. You can't act that way here. This is not, you can't do it that way. You have to follow the rules. And so if they break the rules, there's going to have to be a consequence. This is the consequence. It's all written out. They know what it is. They come to school. They know if they do X, they're going to get Y. There's going to be trouble. So I'm 100% behind a safe, secure, and disciplined, well-run school. Students learn better.
Okay, I did not make this question up. I just want you to know. The question is, describe a time when you led the implementation of new technology in your district. Why not?
Right.
Go for it.
Yeah. Well, and that can be a lot of different things, though, too. You could spend that to a lot of different things. I'm going to have to go into, I'm just going to brag on some of our programs, of course. Implementation of new technology. I'm going to talk about CNC, computer numerical controls, robotics, lasers. I'm going to talk about 3D printers. I mean, things that are really, of course, I've been here 22 years, so when I arrived here, we didn't have that. We have that now. But it's not just about buying the stuff. It's about utilizing it. And I can give lots of examples how students utilize that technology, and they go on and they pass industry certification exams that adults are passing when they're 20 years out of high school, and our students are passing them at the middle grades or the high school grades. Why? Because they use the technology to apply the learning. And when you give them the assessment at the end, they're like, oh yeah, I can do this, I can do that. Well, of course you can do it, because you've been using this technology, so it didn't even feel like learning to them. They just utilized it. So that would be one. I can talk about the coming in behind and working on the ERP, the PeopleSoft system. We put in governance meetings where we meet monthly, weekly, depends on what's happening with that, and we gauge the number of open tickets we have and what's being done. To make sure that the current technology we have is being utilized. And then a couple more is I can talk about the, back to the ERP, we've even customized it to come up with a system that tracks vacancies at the schools. It tracks where every employee is in the staffing allocation, so we don't overstaff. That can be troublesome for a lot of school systems. We've got something that's locked down. There's no way to post a position unless it's on your staff allocation that is open, and that's through the ERP system that was developed just a couple years ago, and I worked on that as part of my, every week we had the meeting to address it, build it, test it, retest it, work on it again, and so we finally got something now that is working. So that would be an implementation, an example of a district-wide implementation that impacts, all schools.
Describe how the professional development programs and initiatives you support would impact the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators.
Yeah, so we have 9 required trainings right now that everybody is required to take. I took them as well. Every person that works in our school system is required to take them, and they really are beneficial. So we have professional development. I'm just talking about the 9 right now for everybody, regardless of what your job title is. Everybody takes the same. And it's very beneficial, even though, like I took one recently, because it was due at the end of April, for sensitivity, you know, and learning to get along with people and conflict resolution, and it touched on all those concepts. And even though I took it a year ago, because you have to take it every year, I still found it beneficial. It's a great reminder. So what our school system does when it's electronic like that, and we're tracking who's taken it and who has not, that's very beneficial to be accountable. I'm accountable. I make sure I hit my deadlines as well. You know, and if you don't, you get a little email reminder that says, hey, you know, this was due yesterday. You know, you're behind. Get with the program. So that to me is very, very beneficial. The other part of that is on the, you know, the academic side, the instructional side. Those of us who have teaching certificates, we have to take 120 hours every 5 years to be recertified. And those are actually, I look forward to those. Those are actually fun because it pushes you back into learning something new and different that helps you with your certificate as well. So,
I'm going to come clean and say I missed the April 30th deadline.
but you got a reminder. Did you get an email reminder from us?
You bet.
And then usually that goes to your supervisor. So I don't know who would have gotten that one.
Yes.
All right, so your job is to remind her to do that, right? So, but it's a perfect example of technology implementation that is working. So yeah.
Yeah, I eventually got it done, so, yeah. Okay. All right, in 2024, our district will be asking the taxpayers to renew the 1 mil referendum. What will you do to achieve success?
So, start early, number one. It's just because it's November 2024, we can't start October 2024. That needs to be started really in the fall. Early in the fall, I'm going to say September, we need to push that forward. There's a lot of things that happen to that. It has to get to the county to approve it. It has to go to the supervisor of elections. It has to be, the language has to be written that the board agrees on. The community has to be educated on all the benefits of how we're using that money. That money is key to the success of this school system. Many of the things I spoke about today are only made possible because we have that additional funding. And other districts around us have that as well. So they're, you know, not to have it would be detrimental to our school system. So that's, my simple answer is start early. You can't start, you can't wait. You cannot wait until January of 20, you know, you can't wait. You have to start in the fall. I've also was involved with it at the beginning when we first pushed that out, and then also for the renewal. So I have had 2 times for the 1 mil, or the referendum for Manatee County to go out and speak to public groups, make sure people understand, you know, help parents, help teachers, help staff. Everybody knows where is that money going. You know, we do a great job on our website where it shows, you know, a little pie chart, and then we have little video vignettes that show it, how it's benefiting. But it is benefiting tremendously in Manatee County. It makes our system so strong.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Spray, you're next.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Ms. Spray.
Nice to have you at this.
Thank you.
Well, this time. Thank you for all your dedication to the district. I want to start out by saying that. So I'm going to start off with a lot of this is almost probably seems repetitive because you have touched on a lot of this. So you might come up with a different answer than the way it was presented to you before. But if you could give an example of a time that you had to cut or adjust a learning program that you knew was innovative and motivating students. But what was the situation and how did you determine whether to cut or adjust that specific program?
Yeah, so I give a couple examples. Well, a couple examples is I'll use Central High, Community High. It has had two different names. It was a program, I'm going to say about 7, 8 years ago. About 8 years ago that it was cut. It was at Manatee Technical College. We started that program to have a opportunity for students who had really discipline issues or needed a smaller scaled environment. And it was also for the teenage parents as well. And it had gotten to the point when we first pushed it out back, I'm going to go back, 20 years ago, when we first pushed it out, it was meeting the needs of our students. And near the end of that, it got to the point where you didn't have as much capacity. There weren't that many students who wanted to come to the program because the high schools put in different programs and different support mechanisms to support students. And so you weren't seeing students making the change, say, I'm not going to go to Palmetto, I'm going to go over here. And so it came to the point where it made more financial sense. Of course, we'd like to keep every program always going, but the money, the money is the money and the budget is what we have. So it got to the point where it became cost prohibitive to keep that program intact and keep it under Manatee Technical College. So students are still being served, they're still being educated, they're just not being educated in that specific environment. So that would be an extreme where you had to close a component of a program. I could give others where we've expanded, where we've had started a program, and I'll go back to the elementary program. When we started the elementary STEM program, we had one teacher. I'll go back to Miss McGrew, because everybody wanted to be in her program. Why? Well, because she integrated engineering with her lessons, and then the parents were calling and said, well, I can't get in. It created it created drama at the school because everyone wants to get into one teacher's program. We have that, going on, some other teachers too, maybe now, but, and so we said, let's expand it. And instead of doing maybe a computer lab learning environment, let's make it an engineering program, a STEM lab. Let's do something different and try it and see if that works. And instead of just limiting to, one teacher's program, every student gets to cycle through it, just like they do a PE class or art class or a music class. And that took the sting out of parents saying, I want my child in this program. No, they can be in the program. Guess what? All students get to be in the program now. Hooray. And so all students benefited from it. We changed just a little, just something a little. It didn't cost much money to do that, to pilot it, and it was a huge success. And now you're seeing it across the county, and that's when we talk about the kids who went to VEX and did all that. Well, those are the STEM kids who are in that program, not just that one at that school, but that's the STEM kids across the county that are participating in the VEX robotics. But that's two examples, one where you had to close one, and then one where you had to expand one.
Yeah, great examples. Okay. During budget times and challenges, how do you assess which academic program might need adjusting? That might be, like you said, it might be expanded here, but it's not working so well at this school, and you're going to have to adjust the budget to that. And or like you just said at this one, you had to cut a program, but you created one later. So you tied that with a program, but how do you do that with you got a program that really works, but you really can't fund it? How would you balance that?
So first of all, you have to identify what's working. Yep. So we have very specific data that shows which programs in which schools. We can actually filter it all the way down to which teacher, if you're talking about specific areas. And you can see what is working. And then you can also see what's not working. And then you can also chase it and say, Ms. Spray, why are the students at yours performing at a higher level than everyone else? Let's look at that and take a deeper dive into it. And so as a leader, my job would be to say, show us the data, not just the we're this level below the state or above the state, in this specific benchmark, but let's just go down to every single school site, and the principals do this. They have data walls. They know. They go right down to the students, but our job is to measure it, to make adjustments, to ensure that what we're teaching is working. Because like we talked about before with Ms. Messenger's question, just because you teach it doesn't mean they're getting it. You've got to make sure that they're understanding, they're performing well on the assessments, they're excited about the subject area, and they're ready to learn as much as they can. And we, on the other side, we need to make sure our instructional staff is excited about what they're teaching too.
Okay, good. I guess this is right up your wheelhouse here. How would you evaluate career and technical programs, and how would you decide changes that need to be made specifically to meet the demands of our local skilled trades and businesses who are looking to hire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple things. So first of all, our goal is to meet and exceed our local workforce employment needs. That's really what we're looking for. We need to have programs that end in a career for our students. Our students, every student who graduates from Manatee County Schools is either going to go to post-secondary or go to careers, or after post-secondary education, they're still going to go into careers. So we have to have programs in Manatee County, and we do, where students are excited, they go through them, they take their industry certifications exam, which show that they're a mastery of a specific knowledge. They go out to business and industry, they get a career, and they continue to educate themselves also while they're in that career, so they can have, expand on their careers and not just take a job and keep it. We're just not about jobs, we're about careers. So how do I evaluate it? Industry certification, making sure they're employed, those who want to go right into the workforce. Career interests, if we have a program where we have no students who want to take it, well, there's a problem. And we've seen those before, and we need to work with the teacher, we need to work with the curriculum, we need to maybe have a different program, put it at a different school. So there's lots of different aspects of it, but you have to have measurable results when we're talking about career and technical education. And the neat thing about Manatee County is we are starting really at the kindergarten level with hands-on applied learning. And it goes all the way through from kindergarten into the middle grades, into the high schools. Our students have a lot of opportunities here. And of course, we're one of the 49 technical colleges in the state of Florida, so they can continue to go that. And for those who go into post-secondary somewhere else, why is our average age 27 years old at Manatee Technical College? Why is it that old? Well, a lot of people go somewhere else, and they come back and they change their mind and they want a career. So they're coming back to our post-secondary institution to have another shot at that, to take a bite of the apple to make sure they can learn another skilled trade, or a skilled career area. So it's an exciting time. I could spend 10 hours talking about career and technical education, but truly for the last 30 plus years, it has been exciting to be in this space because we are changing lives. We are making a difference, and it's not just career and technical. It's across all discipline areas. But that's one area I'm very passionate about.
Okay. ELL. I believe that we should have a dedicated program where non-speaking English language students would be in an environment, maybe half or even a third of the day, just to learn English and then migrate into the student body. I don't think there's a program out there like that. I'd like to see a program like that. I think it would be beneficial for both the student and the teacher itself. We're teaching bilingual here, but what is your feeling on doing something like that?
Yeah, so, and I can talk about it for both ways. So, like the dual language program, I'll use Braden River Elementary School as an example, dual language program, where they have the kids half a day are in a class where they're speaking, teaching, writing, reading, learning Spanish. That's all they're doing in there. There's no English is happening in that that teacher's class for half a day. And then they switch and they go to another class across the hall that those same students are no more Spanish, it's all English. So if you were a Spanish speaker, like you're kind of referring to, if you were a Spanish speaker, yep, the time that you're sitting in the Spanish part of that program, you're very comfortable. You're feeling very good. You're understanding everything. When you go to the English side, that's the side that you're working hard to learn. But the flip side of that is you have the English people, learning the English native speakers are learning the Spanish also, and they're writing it, learning it, reading it, and it's such an exciting. It's so exciting. I wish my children could have been in that back in the day. But it's so those dual language schools can make a huge difference in the lives of the students. So absolutely, it'd be great to have more of those, more opportunities. But we do have resources for them as well to make sure that they're, regardless of if you're whatever language you're speaking, but you're getting those skills and knowledge and education emerged in those every day. And it's a huge plus for our school system.
Okay, how am I on time? I'm good?
Have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna defer because that's the questions I asked the others. I don't wanna go over my questions. I wanna keep it consistent. Mhm.
So my section is board relations and community relationships that the superintendent will have. So first question is, as far as our board relationship goes with the superintendent, describe what you believe would be the ideal working situation between yourself and a board or board member. And then the flip side, if you ever had an adversarial situation with a board member, how do you approach that situation?
So I believe in open communication. I believe in communications outside of the 8-hour workday. I don't think I've ever worked less than 12 hours a day, in my whole career, which is bad. You should work less than that, but that's how I've always handled it. But it has to be open communications. It has to be timely communications. It has to be to the point communications. You have to know, what each board member is thinking. You have to know what their views are on it. They need to know, what the superintendent thinks. If a decision has been made that a board member might not agree with, there has to be a reason why, when you explain it, why this decision was made. They may not agree with it, but you have to be able to communicate that so people know, because it's about building trust, so people know, why was that decision made? Why did you take that stand on that? Why did you say that? Why did you do this? And it'd be the same for the, understanding. There's so many aspects of this community and the school district. So honest, timely, factual communications. As far as the superintendent and the community, that's just as important. The community needs to know, why are we doing this? I'll bring it back to what we had asked about the millage and the referendum. Why are we asking for it? Because of this. This is the reason why. People have to understand there's a reason behind it. So I'm about pushing the reason behind the decision, so everybody understands the why the decision was made.
Thank you. Second question kind of leads into what you were just talking about, which is experience and interaction with local businesses, community groups. Obviously, you've been in the community in here for a long time. So explain maybe some of the connections you currently have in the community, but also think maybe are there some groups, are there some community groups that we're not touching that we potentially could be and have a partnership or have a relationship with in the district?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So some of my experiences, of course, when you're working with the community, a lot of their concerns is, I need employees. This is them talking. I need employees. We have to have employees. What are you all doing to help me with my business? I just moved here. An example is when Air Products was looking for a place to come. to build these heat exchangers that's out at the port. They looked at other industries, and we want to be the ones who say, yeah, we can meet your workforce needs. Even though we might not have a welding program that deals with aluminum and all this intricate type of welding, we'll create one. If you're going to bring your company here and bring all these jobs and careers to Manatee County, guess what? We're going to do what it takes to put in a program. And that's what we did. And they came here. They needed a deep water port. We're not the only deep water port, you know, in Florida. I mean, they could have gone to Jacksonville, could have gone to Miami. There's other deep water ports around. We're lucky we have one. But they needed a deep water port, and they needed a workforce. And so that's one example of being able to turn on a dime and implement a program that meets the current needs of the business community. The other part is we need our business community to be engaged in our school system. They have to be engaged in our school system. You know, we have over 300 who are at Manatee Technical College for the advisory councils. The high schools have advisory councils. If they teach a specific area, they have business and industry in there helping the instructor know what it is we need to teach and also providing careers for our students. So that's a little macro example of working with the community. And then you talked about interest, you know, larger groups. The Chamber, the EDC, Career Source, Suncoast are three big ones that capture business, the interests of the business. We work well with all of them. I've served on committees, boards, helped pushing initiatives forward, and in return, they help us, not just because of me, but they help us for our school system. They make sure that you know, our students are being employed. They do have opportunities. They can help us with legislative initiatives. We've had lots of them. Manatee Technical College would not be where they are today if the business community did not get behind the equity and the funding. We had a funding issue where we were receiving 50% on every dollar. 50 cents on a dollar we'd get. That went on for years and years and years from the Florida legislators. And it was just it's called the funding mechanism. It was broken, and we kept expanding programs, and the money wasn't following the programs. Other districts were cutting programs, and the money was still the same. So the way to make money on that deal is you cut programs and you still get the same amount of money. Well, we expanded the program so we would have additional funds. But that's a long story, but it's an example of how working together with our community is beneficial for everyone, students, school district, and the business community. And you know, that's why we're here. We have to have businesses in our community. We have to have careers.
Next question, and you've worked here under new superintendents that come in, and so you understand that transition. And this is a time where teachers and faculty and staff, you know, it's changed. There's a new superintendent coming in. That there's some anxiety with that. Mm-hmm. How do you see yourself in the beginning? Let's say first 100 days, whatever. How do you? And I know you have relationships with folks already in the district, but how do you now, as a new role, if you were to be superintendent, mm-hmm. how would you meet with those stakeholders, those employees, to build a relationship as now the superintendent? So not only those, but then also parents and outside as well.
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. Yep. So a couple things. I've been here for the 22 years, so I do know a lot. I have the advantage of knowing a lot of people, of course. But everybody has an input. Everybody has ideas on what they would like to see. When you look at the survey results for what you wanted in a superintendent, that was extensive. That was a long list of things to be able to accomplish. Many of them are very, you know, you'd have to be filtered out to see what's the most, you know, what can we really get done, what's the most important. But you have to have a mechanism to capture their voices. You have to let them be heard. People have to know you care. I do care. I do hear. I have changed things based on inputs. No way can the superintendent have every great idea. No way. It has to be a team approach. Some of our best ideas have come from people saying, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you try that? Yeah, well, we didn't think about that. You know, so it's about engaging the employees. It's about being visible. It's about being accessible. It's about communicating to ensure that they're getting the information. If a decision's made, that's, you know, the decision has to be made. It's going to be made, but this is the reason why. So It's about those 4 areas for sure, and it's about knowing that you're sincere and that you care. Are we a school system or a system of schools? So that's an interesting thing. Are you a school system or a system of schools? So it's about the 6,000 employees here working together to move our district forward and to make sure our students are educated. It's all about the students making decisions in their best interest.
So you've been a part of, in the district, of course, you've been a part of some really highly charged meetings and situations, recently obviously with masks and opening schools and that sort of thing. So you've seen that and been in some of those situations. But if you were in the superintendent seat, how would you encounter, when you do encounter some of those situations, opposition from groups, etc., how are you going to deal with those situations if you were the superintendent?
Mm-hmm. Some of those situations are no-win. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, you have to make a decision this way or this way. This group's going to be mad, this group's going to be happy, or vice versa. So you have to go into those decisions knowing that not everybody can have their way. Not every decision can make everybody happy. You have to know that up front. Being the superintendent is a tough job. It only works because you have the team. And you have to go into it saying, yep, there's going to be good days and bad days, but when a decision has to be made, it has to be made. If there's only so much money to do this, that's all the money we have. If this is the priority, if we have to redistrict and we change the boundaries, we're building new schools, we know that's happening, that needs to happen in the fall. Those are tough decisions. No one likes to think, oh, I thought I was going to this school, we bought a house here, but now I'm going to that school. Yeah, yep, that's let's look at it and come up with the boundaries, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have to redistrict. Those are not gonna be fun discussions, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have to do it. And we've been doing it, and we're gonna continue to have tough decisions and make those decisions, but we gotta stand by our decision, and people have to understand, this is why you made it.
Great. So those are my questions. I want to open up to the board like we did before. Any additional questions that maybe spun off from other questions that other board members asked, or want to reiterate anything? No? Okay, so Ms. Wagner, we're going to allow you to a couple more minutes here to close this up.
Sure.
With your thoughts, and we appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, a couple things, couple final thoughts. So I've been here for 22 years, and this is my 32nd year finishing up in education, 27 years as an administrator. I've been here in the district in multiple different capacities, but most recently I've been here as part of the superintendent's cabinet, the SLT team, sitting at the table, helping to make those decisions, carrying those decisions out. So I believe I bring with me a sense of community, a sense of priority, a sense of knowledge. I know the school system. I want to stay in this school system. I want to continue to live in Manatee County. But what I can bring to the district is I can bring a historical perspective. I can bring why we made these decisions for sure these last 5, 6, 7 years. And why we're going to continue to push it forward. So that's why I believe I'm the best candidate. If you like the current path that we're on, I've been at the table making those decisions, carrying out the directives or the initiatives or the new programs, whatever it might be. I'm here understanding the reason behind it. So that's why I put my name into this for this position.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank
it. And
Are you going to tell them to go to the rooftop?
yeah, I've been telling everybody else go to at Spring Hill Suites to go to the rooftop Oak and Stone. So join them.
Okay.
I'm sure you've been there before, but
right, thank
but
you.
might as well join them and have a good time with the meet and greet. I know that you'll probably see some obviously folks there. and enjoyed the dinner as well with the other candidates as well. And with that, I do want to say one more time, thank you to Mary Glass and the Manatee Education Foundation for their donation to the dinner and lunch. We really, really appreciate, their partnership and what they do for us. And with that, we thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for the time. I look forward to
great
speaking with
rest
you
afternoon.
tomorrow. I've got
Absolutely.
notebooks for you and other
Absolutely.
things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, any before we adjourn for the day and move to more, any comments, loud outbursts?
Ooh,
I wasn't naming anyone particular. I was just asking.
Yeah.
looking,
He looked right at me when he said that. Did you see that?
yes, directly at you.
I just wanted to thank the staff at FSBA for everything they've done to make this process go smooth for us. Your guidance has been very helpful for all of us, I believe. And then I'm sure the candidates are very appreciative of everything that we've done staff-wise here in conjunction with them. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then the people behind the scenes right now that are organizing all the visits, and it all runs in a very coordinated manner. I know I was a protocol officer in the Air Force at one time, and all that stuff goes on behind the scenes, and it just all seems to work magically, and people are where they're supposed to be on time, and we think it's all magic. But, you were here on time, and Dr. Wysong was here on time, and Mr. Schneider was on time, and so there's a lot of people in the school system and out in the community that are making this happen. So thanks to them too, and I'm sure you have a lot of great relationships with them. Ms. Messina, I just wanted to ask you real quick, so opportunities for the public to again provide input. So there's tonight, they can go to the meet and greet, and then there'll be some QRC codes or something that we talked about.
You're ahead of me.
Okay, so you're
Great
gonna
job.
get, you're
Yeah.
gonna get to
So I
that.
was just gonna remind everybody before we left and adjourned, exactly what your concern is, and thank you for making sure I did that.
Okay.
Although you didn't know I was going to, but
No, I
we're
didn't.
simpatico. We do want to make sure that the public has a chance. Obviously, come out 6 to 7:30 at Central Cafe for the meet and greet. But if you can't do that and you're watching the interviews on our website, manateeschools.net, Superintendent Search tab up at the top. You can click on that, and about just below where you could watch the interviews, it says Finalist Feedback Survey. So we encourage everyone to click on that. I think we had almost 200 some already right there after lunch. So people are already doing the survey, which is fantastic. That's what this process was about. We said when we started, we wanted a process that everyone's involved in. The community can get their opinions and their feedbacks back to us. So absolutely, thank you very much. And there'll be a QR code at the meet and greet too. You'll be able to click on and do that as well.
Remind people that it is entirely anonymous. No one in the district, no one on the dais is able to track.
Know who did it, yeah, which is important, I think. Anything else? No, we're good.
I'm good.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura's. We are adjourned.